Hello and welcome to the letter D of games worth playing on the Amiga. This is basically a deep dive into every game which I consider deserves at least a mention. It maybe has an interesting premise, obviously great gameplay, but even if it's just a licensed game or just something unique, and I think it's worth including. So consequently, it is a pretty robust, full list of all the Amiga games I think worth mentioning. Along with this, you've got, of course, lots of research of all the magazine reviews, what they thought of. It's not our score, and also, more importantly, who worked on the game and what other games they did. I think it's a great resource, and I hope you enjoy continuing my journey through. It's certainly great fun to do. Okay, let's begin with D-Day. D-Day has a great pitch. Don't just play one war game, play the whole invasion. It jumps between tank combat, bombing runs, paratrooper drops, and infantry battles, trying to stitch them together into a single campaign. When it works, you get glimpses of something genuinely interesting. The tank sections are direct and satisfying, and the infantry parts carry a bit of cannon fodder energy. But it never quite settles or gels together. Each mode feels like it's been built separately, and the quality swings around as a result. The bombing runs drag badly, in particular lacking precision or urgency, while the paratrooper sections feel awkward and unreliable. It's not broken, just inconsistent. You can have a great stretch in the game and then hit a section that kills the momentum and your enjoyment completely. There is definitely, though, passion here, and that's why I think it needed to be included, because I think, particularly for history buffs, this is one that needs more focus. Overall, it's a bold idea, but it has an uneven follow-through. Okay, then we get D-Day, the beginning of the end. This is another Impression title. Right then, war buffs. And someone at Impressions has clocked that it's the 50th anniversary of the Normandy landings, and that equals an easy marketing win. The result is a ponderous, well-intentioned war game that puts you in the Ike's polished boots, directing infantry, paratroop tanks and bombers around the large text map, while the German AI does its level best to turn history into a redo. On paper, it's cracking stuff, but strategic decisions, lots of units to juggle, and the option to drop into real-time action if you fancy piloting a plane yourself. In practice, though, the interface is about as friendly as barbed wire sandwich. Disk swapping is constant and, enough to give your disk drive repetitive strain injury. And the visuals look like someone's GCSE's geography project left out in the rain. That said, it's not a total wash. When it clicks, the campaign can feel real tension, and there's a definite sense of scale and importance to what you're doing. Sadly, it never quite overcomes its own awkwardness, and nowhere near as slick or as engaging as some strategy games. It's a respectable effort, but you can almost hear the anniversary deadline whooshing past and them rushing it out to meet it. Overall, though, it's a historically interesting, but expect to hit the reset button more than fire. Okay, then we have Dragon Force, released by Silver Rock in 1991. Here's one that slipped through the cracks for so many, and it probably thinks, and many will probably think it never even got released because it's so obscure. It's called Dragon, Dragon Force, and it's Silver Rock's ultra-obscure attempt at a serious tactical squad game. And in typical Amiga fashion, it turns out to be both far cleverer and far rougher than anyone was prepared for. You command 6 strong elite anti-terrorist unit, men and women, steady on 1991, through a linear campaign of over 20 missions against an organisation whose defining trait appears to be evil. Viewed from the top down, it plays out in real time, with pause complete with line of sight, individual weapon loadouts, morale, injuries, and the constant risk that one bad decision will turn your favourite squad member into a smoking memory. For its time, this is deep, properly deep. You kit out your team between missions, think about positionings, cover, and timing, and learn very quickly that charging forward like an action hero is a spectacularly bad idea. Tensions is high, deaths are permanent, and when your best sniper gets obliterated by a rocket, it really hurts. In that sense, it's eerily like the proto-Jagged Alliance game that came out years later, only with bolder graphics and fewer apologies. Unfortunately, the presentation does it no favours. The visuals are functional but bare bones, the animation's minimal, and the soundtrack strains heroically to sound dramatic before collapsing into a slightly soggy, synthesized noise. The campaign is rigidly linear too. No branching, no clever surprises, just mission after mission in a straight line. Despite all that, it works with this game. Against expectation, it really does work. There's enough scope, tension, strategy to keep tactics fans hooked, and once it digs in its claws, you'll forgive its rough edges, and commercial buyers mostly blinked and missed it. Not a classic, not pretty, but smarter and fiercer than its obscurity suggests. Okay, then we get Degeneration, released in 1992 by Mindscape, and it came out in 1993 on AGA. At last, an Amiga game that doesn't just nick a handful of arcade ideas, slap on a few extra colours, and call it a day. Degeneration actually has the nerve to be different. You're a completely unremarkable courier, promotion prospects bleak, sent to deliver a mysterious package to the top of a gleaming bio-research tower. Only slight problem, the place has been overrun by a genetically engineered nasties who've decided humanity is no longer top of the food chain. Brilliant timing. What follows is a superb isometric blend of action, puzzle solving and slow burn panic. Years before anyone thought to call it that, survival horror, and charge extra for it. Doors need hacking, lifts behave like they got personal vendetta, and scientists you occasionally rescue are generous enough to hand over useful upgrades, just before something horrible eats them off screen typically. The monsters are properly unsettling. The puzzles hit that sweet spot of being clever without turning it into a brain-melting torture, and the steady floor-by-floor decline builds a delicious sense of tension. It's less about charging in, guns blazing, and more about thinking, planning, and not getting horribly dissolved. Presentation-wise, it's spot on. It's got gorgeous, clean visual style, which I really like, and the ominous beeps and clanks and the atmosphere produced by the sound gives it a wonderful feeling that's an atmosphere thick enough to slice. There's even a nice vein of dark humour running through it just to keep things pleasantly grim. Alright, the game is a short game and a bit on the short side, but frankly, you'll probably dive straight back in again anyway, it's that good. This is a confident, original design that feels fresh, which is more than can be said for many of its peers. In short, it's a smart, tense and quietly brilliant game, and it needs to be played. The best thing to happen to delivery drivers since Wheels. Okay, then we get another public domain release, and this is the Daily Double Horse Racing. Another day, another Amiga horse racing game that assumes the words "and they're off" constitute excitement. They don't. What you actually get here is a lot of staring at badly animated horses plodding around the track while you wonder if your disk drive has quietly died of boredom. But I'd like it. I don't know, there's something nice. I guess it's memories of watching those plastic horse racing games you used to see in the arcades back in the day. So with this game, you pick your nags, squint at form guides, listen to tips from blokes who look like they lost their houses in 1983, and place bets with all the drama of filling in a tax return. The race itself are dire. The pixelated horses move at funeral speeds around the track and look like it was drawn in deluxe paint during a power cut. The sound consists of just a few beeps and sampled crowds that resembled an injured seagull being slowly vacuumed. But mechanically it works, and there's faint praise at best. There's little here that hasn't been done better. I've got a fond memory for it, really, for all its flaws. Overall, it's strictly for genre diehards or people like myself who have the nostalgia for it. But, for people who are looking for obscure Amiga games that came out in the public domain that might have passed them by, this is a really good one to try. It is, however, more nag than gallop.
And they're off.
Okay, then we get Dalek Attack by Admiral Software 1992. This is a genuine effort to make the Daleks feel underwhelming. The Dalek Attack manages it with unsettling ease, utilising the Doctor Who license that gave us the side view platform shooter, where you blast the Daleks into oblivion, Cybermen and assorted generic idiots, while collecting keys, avoiding traps designed to kill you, and instantly for mild amusement. On the surface, it ticks all the boxes: recognisable Doctor Who locations, familiar enemies, and sampled Dalek speech, bellowing "exterminate" as you make your way through the game. Sadly, the gameplay is a bog-standard platformer. Jump, shoot, repeat. The hit detection is flaky. The levels have the moments of inspiration, but mostly uninspired. And the enemies mostly trundle around like they've forgotten why they're angry. Graphically, it's bright and cartoonish, which is fine until you remember the Daleks are supposed to be terrifying. Still, it's a Doctor Who game, and we didn't get many, so this is great. The whole thing, it does feel like a budget platformer, which it wasn't. It was a full price, with a BBC scarf thrown over it at the last minute. Of course, that's one of the nice things. You can choose your different doctors, which is kind of cool, from all the BBC eras. I do have a soft spot for this. Doctor Who fans may enjoy the fan service, but, if you're not into Doctor Who, this is pretty much bog standard platformer, leaving many, wondering why they bothered and why they didn't put the extra mile. Overall, exterminate your expectations. Okay, then we get another licensed game. It's Daley Thompson's Olympic Challenge, released by Ocean in 1988. Ocean's third crack at the flogging Daley Thompson name, and by now the formula is officially out of breath. 10 decathlon events are once again presented as an excuse to abuse your joystick and test the limits of what your human wrist endurance can take. There's a training mode to bulk up your stats, frantic waggling for the running events, and more precise timing for jumps and throws. Digitized Daley looks decent enough for the era, and technically everything does what it says on the tin. The problem is it's lacking that soul of the game. It does feel tired by 1988 standards. If you've played summer games, or indeed the previous Daley Thompson titles, you've probably already had it better version of this experience. Fatigue sets in fast, individual events blur together, and the whole thing becomes more a physical punishment than fun. But I've never really got on with these sorts of games. Overall, it's perfectly playable, but for me, perfectly forgettable. Medal ceremony optional, physio appointment mandatory for your wrist, and try explaining why you busted your wrist to your mum. Okay, the next we have Damage, the Sadistic Butchering of Humanity, released in 1996. If you've ever wondered what late Amiga nihilism looks like, Finland had the answer for you, and it involves a baseball bat. You play Michael, model citizen, a paragon of society who abruptly decides that humanity needs reducing forcibly. Damage is a roaming, ultra-violent spree through the city where everyone is fair game. Civilians, cops, mafia, army. Start small, escalate to guns, buy kamikaze drugs, and generally make sure nothing breathes without your permission. It's a grotesque, juvenile, and utterly unbothered by its poor taste. To its credit, it knows exactly what it is, and to be honest, if you're going to play a game with this title, you probably know as well. The black humour is deadpan, as only Finland can imagine. It has enjoyable, sort of blocky Amiga graphics that get the job done, and the freedom to explore and wreak havoc is undeniably compelling. Years before Grand Theft Auto. At least for a while. Inevitably, repetition creeps in with games like this, and, the depth was clearly sacrificed in early development. Overall, though, it's a cult oddity, not a revelation, but if you're in the wrong mood, you'll hate it, but if you're in that mindset of wanting to play a game like this, you'll laugh appallingly and then be embarrassed at your love and humour in such grotesquerie. Overall, it's Amiga nihilism with a grin and a very large body count. Okay, then we have Paul Wokes returning with the sequel, Damocles, to a game that made vector graphics fashionable again after Elite. A rogue comet called Damocles is on a collision course with a planet, Eris, and you're the only mercenary with the ship and the skills and the spare change to do something about it. Or not, if you rather just mess about in space, as I often do. Rendered entirely in solid 3D polygons, Damocles gives you a whole planet to explore, cargo to trade, factions to annoy, and missions to tackle in whatever order you fancy. The freedom is staggering. Ignore the main plot for hours and just drift through asteroid fields, skimming atmospheres and earning cash. It's Mercenary, only bigger, prettier, and bursting with ambition. Of course, that ambition comes with drawbacks. Some of the universe is a bit empty, as you'd expect, and the learning curve is a vertical, steep incline with a crash helmet needing and warning sign that it's going to beat you 7 shades out of you. Stick with it, though. Get through that difficulty learning curve, and the reward is pure Amiga wonder, with scale, mood, and unbeatable I can do anything feeling. Amiga Power didn't call it an all-timer for nothing. Then we get another licensed game. It is Dan Dare 3, The Escape. This came out in 1990. By the time Dan Dare 3 rolled in, you could almost hear the franchise sighing. This third and final outing delivers a perfectly serviceable platform shooter that does everything completely and absolutely nothing memorably. Dan is trapped again, and the Mercenary up to something daft again. And you're sent running, jumping, shooting your way through the linear series of levels while rescuing hostages and thinning out the enemy ranks. The controls are responsive, the weapons good for the most part, and sort of give that feeling of the comics. And there's enough polish here to stop it falling apart mid-jump. Visually, it looks reasonable, although is missing the wonderful splendour of the Spectrum original. But it does retain the bright, cartoony sprites and a bit of parallax here and there and sampled speech declaring Dan's heroism, just in case you forgot what game you were playing. It does capture the Eagle comic vibe reasonably well, which fans will appreciate, but I do feel this could have been so much more than, it should have been so much better than the 8-bit variants, of course, which they're better known on. The problem with the game, really, though, particularly the third one, is ambition, or rather lack of it. The game is short, strictly on rails, and never once surprises you. There's never a clever hook with this game, unlike some of the others, earlier ones that came out on the Spectrum, and no standout mechanic. There's no reason to keep playing once the credits roll. It's just a decent afternoon distraction, and then straight into the mental recycling bin to forget about. Enjoyable enough, harmless enough, but instantly forgettable. Dan escapes, the audience shrugs. Okay, then we get the interesting Polish game Dan Wilder, released in 1994/1995 by Mirage Media and TSA. In 2998, disgraced cop Dan Wilder returns to Mars, seeking revenge after a botched heist. This isometric action-adventure drops you into a large corporate base packed with prisons, mines, laboratories and comm towers. You'll sneak around, fight guards, solve puzzles and track down your old smuggling crew. The wonderful, colourful isometric graphics really hold up well, and is really impressive for a late Amiga release. It captures the decent sci-fi atmosphere that echoes Cadaver. The mouse and joystick controls are mostly solid, although of course it's a little chunky doing the isometric rotation round to get yourself lined up for moving. The inventory system works fine, and the language barrier won't be too bad, although you'll probably have to use sort of like Google Translate or something to get past the basic dialogue choices. Combat is decent enough for this kind of game. You've got fists and guns, but it does, that said, it does feel a little repetitive after a while. Some of the puzzles are fiddly, particularly using the isometric controls. And it's a real shame, though, that there was never an official English version, because I think it would have done really well in wider appeal. Overall, it's a respectable effort with solid production values. Doesn't quite reach classic status, but I think it's a decent late-era hidden gem that's worth a look, particularly if you're into isometric adventures like me. Far from essential, but enjoyable nevertheless. Okay, then we get Danger Castle released, and it's a slightly janky and absolutely convinced it deserves your time. Danger Castle is exactly that, a small, cheerful slice of bedroom coding where you guide a tiny knight through a spike-filled corridors, wobbling platforms, and swords and a prayer. Jump, swipe, repeat. That's the entire rulebook. Mechanics are basic but functional, and the controls are forgiving, and the level layouts are short enough that failure never feels too cruel or punishing, driving you on to continue playing the game. The graphics are colourful, but with that primary school fantasy book way. But there's a certain charm to it, and the sound effects exist purely to remind you that the machine hasn't crashed and just does the occasional beeps and boops. There's no technical wizardry here, but, it's a home-written game, so don't expect parallax or clever tricks. There's nothing you've not seen a dozen times before, but it knows its limits, never outstays its welcome, and I quite love it for it. Exactly the sort of thing you'd load from a cover disc, enjoy 10 minutes, perhaps never think about it again, which is oddly kind of perfect on this sort of game. It's worth a try. It's harmless fun, but it's not going to hold your attention for long. Okay, another public domain game. This is Danger Dogg, and I've chosen the special edition because it adds a few extra levels. The special edition tag usually promises the world here. Here it delivers something more modest, but also more valuable: refinement. The version smooths out some of the irritation from the original, tightening the controls slightly, presenting a more cohesive experience overall. It is still unmistakably Danger Dogg, with just a basic platformer, but with loads of digitized dog artwork as well. It's got the same fun but basic level design that just keeps you going, but I just love the cheerful chaos and cuteness of the game. It's hardly going to win awards, this, but it is a public domain game and it's just a bit mad and a bit fun. It's certainly not a masterpiece, but yeah, worth your time. Overall, the special edition is the same dog, but fewer fleas. Okay, then we get Danger Freak, released in 1991 by Kingsoft. Someone at Kingsoft clearly thought the idea, what if an action hero simulator but was louder? The result is Danger Freak, a stuntman game where you perform increasingly ridiculous feats in the name of Hollywood glory, motorbike jumps, explosions, improbable survival, and mild controller rage. On paper, it's charming. On screen, it's enthusiastic. The presentation is bold, colourful, the music bounces along, and I like the central idea. I mean, of course, it brings to mind Stuntman on that TV show, isn't it? The Stuntman and the Spectrum game. It's a great idea, becoming a professional idiot, and it has undeniable appeal until you've chewed your way through. I don't like the timing window. It feels arbitrary, and it does have many frustrations creeping in where fun should have been there. Some stunts are amusing, others feel they were designed to specifically test your relationship with the joystick and your anger level management. But overall, the thing comes off as ambitious but badly focused, as though every designer had a different idea and nobody said no. They just threw everything on the wall and just left it in the game. It's not without its moments of humour, and it has a decent multiplayer viewing fuel to the game, but it never quite gels. It stands as a curio, but worthy of a little bit of your time. Overall, wild, ambitious, questionable execution, resulting in sore thumbs. Okay, another public domain game. This is Danger Mouse. Not every game needs to be gritty, punishing, or technically ambitious, and Danger Mouse is a lovely reminder of that. This cheerful public domain platformer stars the world's greatest secret agent mouse and his gloriously useless hamster sidekick, Penfold, and captures the spirit of the classic cartoon far better than you might expect from the modest release of a public domain game. The gameplay is refreshingly simple. Hop through the bright, colourful levels, collect items, avoid enemies, and solve the occasional light puzzle here and there. Controls are forgiving and playable, and it makes it an easy pick up and play title, and it's hard to get annoyed with it because of that. It has that rare quality that immediately makes it appealing to younger players and Danger Mouse fans like myself. Presentation is the real strength. The graphics are bold and cartoony, nicely animated, and really capture the characters in the TV show. The sound effects and music are upbeat and using samples to great effect, and everything feels friendly and inviting, full of that carefree, after-school, kids' TV energy that the show was known for. It's undeniably short, as you'd expect in a public domain game, but it works in its favour. It doesn't outstay its welcome. Danger Mouse never stretches its ideas thin or asks for more commitment than it deserves. Just load it up, smile a lot, reminisce about the fantastic TV show, and move on, feeling oddly refreshed. It's a minor gem for the public domain scene. It's not ambitious, not challenging, but it's a warm, charming, and exactly what it sets out to be and what I needed for a Danger Mouse game. Overall, it's small, sweet, and dangerously enjoyable in the best possible way.
Cool.
Okay, this is a bad one. This is Dangerous Streets, released in 1993 and infamously was bundled with one of the CD32 pack-ins, which is just shows you how bad at times or desperate they were trying to sort of like get games in as pack-ins. So of course, what is it? It's essentially trying to look like Street Fighter 2 and play like Street Fighter 2, and it fails on both, and certainly proves that it's more than doing graphics. You've got to get the gameplay. Dangerous Streets struts onto the Amiga armed with slick hand-drawn fighters, moody urban backdrops, and pretty good soundtrack really. But then you start to play it and it all falls apart. For the most part, animation is smooth, characters look large and imposing, and on a decent monitor it looks the part. Press a button, however, though, and the illusion collapses. Controls are unresponsive, jumps feel floaty, collision detection is wildly inconsistent, and the AI oscillates between brain-dead and clairvoyant. Combat lacks impact, and special moves feel unreliable, and fights devolve into that awkward slapfest rather than tactical showdowns. Of course, like with any game of this type, multiplayer does help things slightly, mainly because two humans can laugh at the mess together and enjoy the crapness of the game. But single player, it is an endurance test. But I had to mention it because, as I say, this was so infamously included and had the bundle named after it on one of the main Amiga CD32 bundles, which was such a bad choice by Amiga and Commodore. I mean, what the hell were they thinking bundling this? Overall, it's triumph of surface over substance, and even the surface cracks pretty quickly once you actually play it. It looks mean, plays weak, and punches well below its weight. Okay, then we get Darius Plus. Taito's aquatic shooter epic makes this hugely welcome splash onto the Amiga with Darius Plus. And it's one of those conversions that immediately reassures you you're in a safe hands. You pilot the iconic Silverhawk through vast horizontally scrolling stages teeming with alien sea life, all leading up to screen-filling bosses that look and feel properly epic. Presentation is a major strength here. Parallax scrolling is smooth, the colour palette is rich and vibrant, and the enemy designs retain that wonderful Darius distinctive organic meets mechanical oddness that makes the game, like the arcade parent, so memorable. On a CRT, it really does look great today, with a great sense of scale that few shooters manage on the Amiga. Gameplay holds up as well. Branching routes give replay value and a feeling of choice rarely seen in the shooter genre, while the power-up system is clearly communicated and satisfying to master. Difficulty, like the arcade parent, is on the stern side, but it's largely fair, and success comes from learning the patterns and planning routes rather than cheap deaths. Sound on the Amiga deserves special praise. The Zune Tata soundtrack powers along with real energy, making excellent use of the stereo and giving the game a pulse that drives you forward. And it has also great sound effects, and it nails that arcade adrenaline without overwhelming the Amiga hardware. It's not a deep shooter like the arcade parent really, but it's a strategic sense of doing what it needs to do. Darius Plus succeeds in delivering a confident, polished, high-energy shoot-'em-up that shows exactly what the Amiga could do when a top-tier coin-op license and developer care was thrown upon it. A standout conversion and essential for players to try and shooter fans alike. The Silverhawk flies confidently on the Amiga, showing what it can do. Okay, then we get Dark Angel. This came out in 1995, and it's one of those where the hell did this come from late era Amiga surprises that missed by so many of us who'd moved on at this point. It's a rotoscoped cinematic platform adventure that clearly grew up staring at another world and flashback and thought, I fancy a go at that. And to its credit, it does rather well. Movement is fluid, animation is impressively like with sort of rotoscoping techniques like those games it's based on, and the general feel is a more polished than you expect from its shareware roots. The pacing, as you'd expect, leans towards thoughtful rather than frantic, just what you need really, and there's a mix of exploration and puzzle solving, keeping things ticking along. It's not flawless. Controls can feel a touch over sensitive at times, and the whole experience occasionally drifts into trial and error territory, but then that is again another world, so you can't blame it for that. There's a real sense of effort here though, and I really love it. It has a desire to build something cinematic and moody rather than just functional, and for a shareware public domain game it does this in droves. It really for the most part succeeds, which is amazing. Overall, it's stylishly ambitious and impressively accomplished for its humble homebrew origins. Okay, then we get Dark Castle. This is one of those games that arrives with a historical weight attached, an early Amiga port of a Macintosh favourite, and very much a product of its time. Viewed in that light, it's easier to appreciate what it was trying to do, even though playing it today is an acquired taste. You're a plucky hero exploring a sinister castle, hurling rocks at gargoyles, leaping pits, dodging bats, and trying to stay alive long enough to learn what's about to kill you next. The game's pseudo 3D presentation still has an undeniable atmosphere, looming corridors, shadowy backgrounds, and digitized sound effects. Screams, clanging doors, and ominous noises. These were genuinely impressive in the sort of late 80s when this was released, and helped sell the sense of danger. Where Dark Castle struggles as a game is its relationship with the player. Controls are slippery, enemy placement often feels deliberately unfair, and the game has no qualms about killing you instantly with cheap deaths for mistakes you couldn't possibly predict. Much of the challenge comes down to memorization, therefore, rather than mastery, which makes progress feel hard-won but frequently frustrating. That said, there is a certain purity and charm to this game, and, its old roots. Yes, it's unapologetically harsh, demanding patience and constant replays, observation and trial and error. But in short bursts, it can be still tense and absorbing, especially if you approach it as a historical piece rather than a modern platformer. The problem is the Amiga's own platform scene moved on spectacularly fast and left this in the dust. Within a year or two, this was seen as such old fare. Dark Castle didn't exactly just age badly, it got overtaken and left in ruin. But I think it's worthwhile revisiting for its historical period of an early platformer, its atmosphere, its sound design, and its place in Amiga history. Just don't expect any mercy in the gameplay. It's a stern but atmospheric early experiment on the Amiga, more admirable than lovable. Okay, then we have Dark Century by Titus in 1990. Titus's Dark Century is one of those ambitious Amiga games that looks far more impressive than it plays. You command a squadron of sleek, high-tech tanks in a post-apocalyptic future battling enemy forces across the 3D landscape. The vector graphics were genuinely striking for 1990 with fast, smooth gameplay that's full of graphical charm. And there's a real sense of speed when you're tearing across the battlefield, which is excellent. Unfortunately, the gameplay never quite matches the visuals. Missions boil down to find and destroy enemy tanks with very little variety, and the controls feel a little slippery and imprecise, leading you to just often end up just blasting everything in sight in a basic shooter. You can also argue it's rather short and repetitive as well, and once the initial wow factor wears off, there's little to play here. That said, Dark Century remains an enjoyable blast for fans of action shooters such as this. It's no carrier command, but has bags of personality and looks superb in motion. A solid mid-tier Amiga fare that's, I think, still worth a quick spin in 2026. Overall, looks the business, but runs out of fuel a bit too quickly. Okay, that brings us on to Dark Fusion. Gremlin's Dark Fusion is one of those shooters that earns its points immediately for having ideas. Instead of a single ship and a single weapon loadout, you can transform between multiple forms, each with their own distinct abilities, encouraging experimentation and tactical decisions rather than pure reflex play. Visually, it sets a strong mood. The levels lean into dark, biomechanical aesthetics and feel suitably alien, and the animation is smooth enough to keep the action fun for the time. For a late 80s shooter, it looks confident and stylish, whilst perhaps not being overly memorable. Where things, though, do start to wobble is in its gameplay execution. Collision detection can feel frustrating, and the difficulty curve spikes unpredictably, leaving you frustrated and annoyed. Sometimes it just frustrates before you have time to sort of fully learn the mechanics of the game. The transformation system is interesting, however, but it never quite becomes essential in the way like it should. It's more of a clever option than a core pillar of the gameplay that it should have been. Even so, there's plenty to love here, and it is a 8-bit Gremlin classic, so it's interesting to see the 16-bit variant. The controls, for the most part, are responsive, the action is fast without being overwhelming, and the overall experience remains enjoyable despite its rough edges. It may lack the precision of the 8-bit titles and the balance, but, for an Amiga early shooter, is far from a failure. Dark Fusion is best seen as an ambitious experiment to bring across the 8-bit classic, and one comes, for the most part, far from greatness, but, it does, in some ways, have a lot of charm nevertheless. It's got strong ideas, solid shooting for the most part. It's just a little short on true fusion and polish on the Amiga. Okay, then we get a Dark Obsession, released in 1996. Blimey, it's 1996 and someone's making a proper text adventures on the Amiga. Dark Obsession drops you into the mind of a deeply troubled man who suspects his wife is cheating on him, and that someone might be out to get him. Classic paranoia horror with a heavy psychological twist. You wander through this increasingly fractured world, piecing together clues while battling your own unreliable narrator. The writing is surprisingly sharp for a late-era public domain release, dripping with unease and black humour. Of course, there's no graphics, it's not flashy, but it doesn't need to be. It's all about the writing. The tension comes from the story and your own growing doubt. It's a really clever... I love things when you can't trust the narrator that you're reading. Controls are standard pass affair. It's a little short as an overall game, but that kind of works in its favour. You don't want a sprawling epic for a adventure game these days. So for fans of Infocom-style horror with a modern, 1996 edge, it's a hidden little gem that proves the Amiga text-adventure scene wasn't quite dead. Overall, it's a moody, unsettling latecomer text adventure that I think deserves more attention than it ever got. Okay, next you have Dark Things, released in 1991. Dark Things is one of those quiet little public domain games that quietly sneaks up on you and wins you over. You control a stubby green wizard in an oversized hat, leaping through the short stages packed with floating eyeballs that drift menacingly and bright red slugs that look far too happy to chew down on you. The levels are compact but cleverly designed, demanding precise jumps and quick reactions as enemies swarm in every direction. What really stands out on this cheerful, slightly unhinged personality of the game, everything from the bouncy animation to the colourful backdrops, it all feels so alive, unique and full of character, and I for one love it. Sure, it's not the most ambitious platformer on the Amiga, but it's tight, responsive and genuinely fun to play that many bigger releases forgot to be. Perfect for quick sessions where you just want something silly, short and satisfying. Overall, well worth digging out of the public domain pile. Okay, then we get the Dark Queen of Krynn, released by SSI in 1992. By the time Dark Queen of Krynn arrived, SSI's gold box engine was thoroughly familiar. And that's very much the point. This game is known to its audiences and delivers exactly what they were after. A solid turn-based advanced Dungeons & Dragons combat and a confident Dragon Lance storyline, and hours of steady, satisfying adventuring. Battles remain the highlight here, tactical, enjoyable and rewarding, and they still encourage careful positioning, spell timing and party management. Visually, the 16-colour presentation is basic and functional, but I do wish the Amiga was capable of so much more than what the PC could do at this time. With spell effects adding a welcome flashes of flair and atmosphere, once you settle into the interface, everything flows comfortably and really draws you into the storyline. What it doesn't try to do here, however, is be revolutionary. There's no radical changes to the structure or mechanics. If you've liked the other SSI games, you'll like this, who's played any of their other gold box titles. So maybe that familiarity might disappoint players hoping for a shake-up, but it also means the design is rock solid, well refined by this point, and therefore a lot of fun. I also want to mention the story and setting really do give the game personality. It's one of the best storylines in this type of game, and the pacing is generous without dragging, and I think overall it's a complete package. It holds together extremely well for fans of classic Amiga and computer RPGs. This is comfort food of the highest order. Overall, a confident finale that proves the gold box formula had plenty of life left. Okay, this is a real classic. It is a Dark Seed by Cyberdreams in 1992. Dark Seed stands out immediately by refusing to look like anything else on the Amiga. Built around H.R. Giger's unmistakable biomechanical nightmare imagery, of course he did Alien Creature, the Xenomorph, it delivers a rare horror adventure that leans hard into mood and atmosphere and largely pulls it off. The mansion and the parallel dark world are genuinely unsettling pieces to explore, crammed with disturbing details that make even simple screen transitions feel ominous. The ticking clock structure, counting down to the creature inside your skull hatching, gives the game a constant sense of urgency without overwhelming the player and allowing you to still explore. Puzzle design is mostly logical for the most part, and grounded in observation and deduction rather than random guesswork. And the point-and-click interface stays out of the way. Sound and music do an excellent work, amplifying the paranoia, building tension rather than simply filling silence. It's fairly short, and its linear structure means replay value is limited once you know the path and the solution, but it's a tightly focused horror experience that brevity works in its favour, and it's one that I have so much time and love for. Overall, it's stylish, unsettling, and refreshingly different. Darkseed earns its cult reputation. It's a striking fusion of art and adventure that still leaves an impression with me to this day.
The horrible shape twists and writhes as it hangs from its biomechanical umbilicus.
It's cold to the touch.
Okay, then we get Darkside by Incentive, released in 1988. With Darkside, Incentive took their Freescape engine and pushed it a noticeable step forward. This follow-up to Driller expands the concept with more varied environments, clearer objectives, and a stronger sense of narrative structure. Exploring the moon's surface, navigating alien structures, and systematically disabling power station creates a real sense of place and purpose. The filled 3D polygons look surprisingly solid for the era, and while the frame rate isn't blistering like any of these games, it's stable enough to keep exploration immersive rather than frustrating. Puzzles are thoughtfully integrated into the environments, encouraging careful observation and experimentation rather than brute forcing solutions. The open world exploration can feel daunting at first, and patience is definitely required to play it today. But the reward is a strong feeling of accomplishment and a world that gradually opens up, and it really does impress when you try to put your mindset to the period that this came out on so early in the Amiga. Darkside isn't sort of arcade-friendly fun. It doesn't rush to explain itself, but it represents some of the Amiga's most ambitious early 3D experimentation. For players willing to invest time, it remains deeply satisfying. It's a confident leap forward for the Freescape engine and a landmark in early Amiga 3D, even if it doesn't live up to the wonder that we felt on the 8-bit equivalents. Okay, next we have Darkspyre by Electronic Zoo in 1991. Darkspyre is a top-down action-adventure that drops you into a huge, multi-level tower filled with monsters, traps and puzzles. The goal is simple: reach the top and escape. Presentation is decent for 1991 with colourful graphics and some nice enemy sprites. But unfortunately, the game quickly reveals its flaws. Combat is basic, level design is full of cheap instant deaths and frustrating trial and error sections, and the difficulty is brutally high and often feels unfair rather than challenging. Puzzles can also be obscure, leading to lots of aimless wandering. But there's something I like about the game. It has a unique atmosphere and I think pretty decent presentation. I just like the basic style. And okay, you could argue that Darkspyre is one of those games that looks better than it plays. But I think fans of tough old school dungeon crawlers may find something to like here, like I do. But I'll be honest, most players will just bounce off them and not for them. Overall, looks promising, but the cheap deaths and steep difficulty make it a frustrating slog. Okay, then we get Darkman, released by Ocean in 1992. Licensed games had a habit of disappointing on the Amiga and this period of gaming history, which makes Darkman a pleasant, surprising exception. Ocean's adaptation of Sam Raimi's cult film delivers a confident side-scrolling action game that captures the movie's dark comic book tone far better than expected. You play as the tragic anti-hero himself, smashing your way through the enemies with its brute force, but also making smart use of disguises and stealthy positioning. The controls feel great here, and it makes both the platforming and combat satisfying. The beat-em-up sections are plenty feeling of weight behind them and a lot of fun. Visually, it's strong stuff. Graphics are moody and detailed, and a good use of colour and shading sell the grim atmosphere and the varied level design, helping keep the action fresh throughout. There's enough variety here to avoid repetition without overcomplicating things here as well. It's not a huge game, but that's all you really want in a licensed game. It does capture the film of what it's based, and it made me sort of like dig up the film again because, of course, Sam Raimi, this is, of course, went on to bring Spider-Man to the movies years later, but this was just a great introduction in one of the first superhero movies that he did. Fans of the film will therefore appreciate the authenticity and how they've tried to capture the film. While it does stand on its own, with action fans can enjoy purely on its own merits. I think this is Ocean's one of their better license efforts, and it's a reminder that tie-ins didn't always have to be cynical rush jobs. Overall, I think it's stylish, confident, and proof that licensed games can be used properly. Okay, then we get Darkmere, The Nightmare's Begun, done by Core Design in 1994. Darkmere is one of the Amiga games that still makes people stop and say, hang on, this is how good it looks. Core's Design's isometric fantasy adventure is a visual showcase, but crucially it backs up this beauty with solid gameplay. The world is rich and atmospheric and beautifully detailed environments, strong lighting effects, and art direction that gives the game a distinct identity. Exploring forests, ruins, and settlements feels genuinely rewarding, helped by a soundtrack that reinforces the sense of mystery. Gameplay blends real-time combat, exploration, and light puzzle solving, all of which are well balanced, and progression is clear without being overly signposted. It really is a love letter to the early Zelda games. It does encourage exploration, with players, poking around, uncovering secrets, and gradually piece the world together. Controls do take a short while to get used to and settle in with the single joystick, but soon become second nature. Whilst it's not revolutionary in its structure, Darkmere succeeds through its confidence and polish. Everything fits together smoothly, and there's a genuine sense of uncovering a living world that keeps motivation and that desire to explore through to the end. It's a high-quality fantasy adventure that shows what the Amiga could still deliver in its later years. Overall, it's a visual showpiece, but it has the substance to match. Okay, now we get another public domain game, and it is a Dart 501. This came out in 1998, and sure, the Amiga's on its last legs, but somehow still knocking out Dart games. Darts 501 is exactly what it says on the tin. No nonsense simulation of the classic pub game where you chuck arrows at a board and try to reach exactly 501. The graphics are basic, but they're clear, and the controls are straightforward and does bring to mind, 180, which I love so much. You can use mouse or joystick aiming, and it includes all the usual rules, doubles, trebles, and all the things you'd expect from a darts game. It even has a few opponents and a practice mode. It's not going to set the world on fire, but you don't expect that with a public domain game. It's clearly a labour of love, and rather than a polished commercial release, but for what it is, it's a simple, honest darts sim that plays pretty well. And, for that, I think it should be commended. A late era licenseware that's straightforward, but if you enjoy your darts digital games, this is one that does it without any fuss, and you'll enjoy.
Amiga.
Okay, the next game is Déjà, by Camden Town Games and released in December 2025. I'm always a sucker for a great Christmas game, and this is just simple and cute. You play Dasher, one of the reindeers, and it's a bright and cheerful, festive homebrew game right in time for Christmas of last year. And you play Dasher, the reindeer, dashing through the snowy levels, collecting presents while avoiding trees, other reindeers, and various obstacles. Look, it's a simple auto-runner, endless style platformer with nice controls, and it's a gorgeous sort of cute graphics and very family-friendly feel. Okay, the game only had 4 short levels, but it keeps it fun. It's free on itch.io, and, for young players or suckers for Christmas like myself, this is great for a quick festive blast. Okay, then we get Datastorm, released in 1988. Datastorm is a perfect example of how to take a classic arcade idea and make it sing on the Amiga. Inspired by Defender, but very much its own thing, Visionary's Designs shooter delivers a fast, fluid action that's easy to understand and hard to put down. You zip across smoothly scrolling landscapes, rescuing scientists while fending off relentless alien waves, obstacles and ambushes. Controls are tight and responsive, which makes the high-speed gameplay feel exhilarating rather than frustrating and chaotic. Power-ups are well judged, adding variety without overcomplicating the original ethos. And presentation is excellent for the era. This was a great packing game as well for the, I think it was on the 10-star bundle, or one of the bundles of the early Amiga pack-ins. And you can see why they chose it, with its crisp, beautiful graphics and colourful, making fine use of the parallax and really showing what the Amiga was capable of. While the sound effects are functional and mostly unobtrusive, everything does feel with purpose and polished and just plays as you want, sort of like undistracted core arcade game and a bit of fun. It's challenging without tipping into cruelty, and the scoring system rewards skillful play and risk-taking, giving devoted players plenty to chase for. Sessions that start as a quick blast have a habit of turning into long, bleary-eyed marathons as you say, just one more go, I can beat my score. A genuine hidden gem, for my opinion, and one of the Amiga's strongest pure arcade shooters. It's fast, addictive, and still thriving to this day. And that brings us on to Dawn 6, Hellbound, another Zsoft game, and this builds directly on the foundations laid by the earlier Dawn titles. Immediately it feels more assured, the tone is darker, the challenge sharper, and the sense of danger more pronounced. All welcome development for the series fans. Dungeon exploration is more intricate, enemy encounters more demanding, and progression feels meaningful, earned as your party gradually grows in power and flexibility. Combat feedback is strong, helping encounters feel satisfying rather than abstract. And the environmental puzzles add welcome variety without breaking the flow of the game. Visual improvements are noticeable here. Environments are richer in detail, lighting is used more effectively, and the overall presentation does a better job of selling the oppressive hell touch setting of which you're placed. Sound design, like the others, remains understated but effective, and you certainly don't want loud music for games like this. But it does what it needs to. It keeps attention simmering rather than overwhelming the player. Whilst it sticks closely to the series, establishing the formula, Hellbound refines rather than reinvents, which is exactly what you need. It smooths out the rough edges and expands the depth where it matters most. For players already invested in Dawn series, this feels like a natural and rewarding escalation. A continuation of one of the series' stronger entries, being dark, deeper, and a highly engaging dungeon crawling experience. Okay, then we get Dawn Patrol, coming out in 1994. Rowan Software's Dawn Patrol takes a thoughtful, immersive approach to flight simulation, recreating the fragile, unforgiving nature of World War I aerial combat with impressive care. You climb into the cockpit of classic biplanes, flying patrols, reconnaissance missions and dogfights that emphasise your positioning, awareness and nerve rather than raw firepower. The flight mode feels authentic without being inaccessible, and the sense of progression as you improve is genuinely satisfying here. Visually as well, the game performs well with detailed cockpits, clear views of the battlefield below, and environments that sell the altitude and space effectively. Sound design plays a big role here too, with engine noises, gunfire and ambient sound effects really adding to the immersion and tension of the game. The learning curve is real here, but it feels fair, encouraging patience and mastery rather than punishment. It's almost like the Knights of the Sky, with tactical decisions mattering, campaigns having the weight, and a successful feeling earned rather than handed out to you. It's a rewarding flight sim that respects its subject matter and its audience, and should be played. Overall, I think it's thoughtful, immersive, and compelling portrait of early air warfare. Okay, then we get Day of the Pharaoh, a strategy game in 1990, and this is Day of the Pharaoh is quite an engaging strategy and city building game that trades spectacle for atmosphere and steady progression. Set in ancient Egypt, it tasks you with managing resources, constructing monuments, and maintaining thriving civilizations along the Nile. The historical flavour of this is one of its stronger points. Egyptian styling comes through in the clear visuals, and while the graphics are functional rather than flashy, they do a good job of reinforcing the theme. Sound and music add to the calm and methodical pace of play, and there's nice little sub-games in here as well. Management systems have enough depth to stay interesting without becoming overwhelming, and the campaign provides clear objectives that give clear structure and motivation for your progression, so it feels tangible and you're never lost in what you need to do. Overall, it's a relaxed, absorbing experience, particularly well suited to players who enjoy long-term planning and the gradual payoff rather than constant action. Is not revolutionary, but confident and satisfying. Overall, a measured, rewarding builder with a strong sense of place. Okay, that brings us on to Day of the Viper, released in 1989 by Hewson. This is a quietly distinctive first-person sci-fi adventure that mixes dungeon exploration, puzzle solving, and light action into something that feels refreshingly different on the Amiga. You control Viper Robot, exploring an abandoned high-tech complex, piecing together what's gone wrong while dealing with security systems, hazards, and environmental puzzles. The robot's abilities, from scanning to combat roles, add genuine variety and help break up the exploration nicely. Atmosphere is its clear strength, though. The sense of isolation is handled well, with spare but effective visuals and audio that reinforce that feeling of being alone in a hostile, malfunctioning facility. Puzzles are logical here and satisfying, never outstaying their welcome or frustrating, just simply encouraging observation and experimentation rather than brute force. It's a smart Amiga original that blends genres thoughtfully, and it deserves its reputation as a hidden gem. I think it's smart, atmospheric, intelligent design with satisfying sci-fi exploration. And that brings us on to Daylight Robbery. This is one of the Amiga's games that wins you over by simply being likeable. Built around the cheeky heist theme, it offers straightforward platforming mixed with light puzzle elements, all wrapped up in colourful good-nature presentation that never takes itself too seriously. Gameplay is fun and approachable, and you guide your character through varied stages, scooping up loot, avoiding traps and enemies, and controls that, for the most part, work with you rather than against. The balance between jumping challenges and puzzle sections is well judged here too, keeping things interesting and balanced as you progress without tipping into frustration. Visually, it's a bright and charming game rather than technical or flashy. Sprites are nicely animated, environments are easy on the eye, and everything is clear what you need to do, which is always a plus in a platformer. Sound and music fits the tone well, adding energy without becoming intrusive. Daylight Robbery delivers its ideas confidently, offers good replay values and completionists and score chasers, and bows out before it has a chance to wear thin. It's a polished, friendly Amiga title that focuses on delivering simple fun, and it succeeds because of it. A cheerful little heist game with plenty of charm. Definitely worth nicking some time for. Okay, next we get Days of Thunder by Mindscape, released in 1990. Oh dear, Days of Thunder is one of those movie tie-ins that make you wonder exactly what they were thinking. You play as Tom Cruise's Coal Trickle, a stock car racing game that tries to mix arcade racing with a bit of simulation. In practice, it ends up being a fairly loose, floaty experience where the car feels like they're on ice skates or like a shopping trolley, and the AI opponents are either brain dead or unfairly aggressive. Crashing is frequent and rarely your fault, and the game just is overly slow and frustrating. Still, this was a game that unfortunately many of us got to play because it was bundled in with the Amiga Screen Gems bundle. I remember getting it myself and being quite disgusted with it because I was such a fan of the film. The graphics are colourful, basic. I like the side art and some of the things that you can do as you look round in the car. But the tracks are boring and they're slow and the handling is pretty dire, really. So consequently, the famous Days of Thunder movie license can't save it from feeling like a rushed job. It's not completely unplayable, and some people might enjoy the chaotic, smashy nature of it, but let's be honest, there were far better racing games on the Amiga at this time, and this was bitter disappointment. In short, a flashy license for a mediocre game. Okay, then we get Deadline, an Infocom wonderful text adventure. And Deadline just isn't a good text adventure. It's one of the games that defined what interactive fiction could be. Infocom's pioneering murder mystery puts you in the role of a detective with 12 real-time hours to solve an upper-crust killing, and does so with intelligence and confidence that still impresses decades later. What sets Deadline apart is its non-linear structure. Suspects go about their own business, alibis shift, red herrings abound, and the clock is always ticking. You're free to investigate, interrogate, search and observe, and deduce in whatever order you choose, and the satisfaction of piecing together everything feels genuinely exciting and fun. The parser is excellent for the era as well. Originally this came out in 1982 on the PCs, obviously coming out later on the Amiga, allowing nuanced interaction while the writing is sharp and rich in detail. The Amiga port adds a layer of polish with clearer fonts, improved saving options, and the overall sense of refinement that suits the material perfectly. With multiple endings and countless investigation approaches, replay value is superb here as well, especially for players who enjoy careful note-taking and logical grey matter thinking. This is a game that respects your intelligence and rewards your attention, few others. A landmark title that remains gripping, clever, and utterly absorbing. A timeless classic that sets the standard for interactive mystery. Okay, this brings us on to Death Angel. This came out on Amiga format in 1995. Death Angel is one of those late period Amiga shooters that turns up looking modest, then quietly gets on with being rather playable. It was released in 1995 on the Amiga format as a vertically scrolling shoot-em-up with support for 1 or 2 simultaneous players. The first thing in its favour is its momentum. It doesn't waste time with overblown nonsense, simply throws enemies at you in fun enemy patterns and hands you a ship and expects you to cope with it. To be fair, it's exactly what this sort of game ought to do, and it does in spades. Controls are decent, the action is fun, and the 2-player mode becomes a sort of energetic little blaster that can quietly eat an entire evening with a mate. It's not especially flashy, and you can tell it wasn't built with a vast commercial budget or delirious marketing campaign involving chrome logos and promises of arcade perfection, but it understands what it's trying to be, understands its pacing, and that counts for plenty. Enemy waves arrive with enough regularity to keep you interested. There's just enough edge and difficulty to stop it from becoming boring as watching paint dry. It's not a lost classic, but then it's definitely more than a disposable magazine disc filler. It's lean, fun, and more enjoyable than its humble origins suggests, and I think you should give it a go. Okay, then we get another SSI game. It is Death Knights of Krynn. Death Knights of Krynn continues SSI's Dragonlance saga with a quiet confidence, delivering exactly what fans of the Gold Box engine wanted, and doing it exceptionally well. Turn-based combat remains the star attraction, offering deep tactical battles with satisfying range of spells, abilities, and positioning choices. Character progression is carefully placed, giving a real sense of growth as your party develops and faces increasingly dangerous foes. Presentation sticks to the familiar Gold Box style, but it's handled competently. Graphics are clear and functional, spell effects add flair, and writing does the effective job of immersing you in the Dragonlance RPG setting. The campaign pacing is particularly strong here in this one, balancing story development with frequent, rewarding combat encounters. It may not invent the formula, but it doesn't need to. Instead, it refines and expands on what already worked, introducing new challenges and darker themes while maintaining the series' identity. For veterans of the Gold Box games and anyone who enjoys classic party-based RPGs, this is one of the stronger entries. Deep, tactical, and thoroughly engaging. A Dragonlance highlight. Okay, then we get Death Mask, released in 1994. Death Mask is one of the earliest attempts of the Amiga to jump on the Doom bandwagon. You play the part of an elite squad fighting alien invaders on a post-apocalyptic planet overrun by mutated creatures, including the charmingly named Rat People. It's a first-person shooter that works on a grid system. You move and turn in 90-degree increments rather than the smooth 360-degree freedom of Doom and its like. It gives a strange hybrid feel towards somewhere between Wolfenstein 3D and Dungeon Master. It does run on a basic Amiga 500 though, which is impressive, but the engine does show its limitations with basic textures and stiff movement. The game shines much more in two-player split-screen co-op, where there's a chaotic blasting becomes genuinely fun. Single player is far less enjoyable due to the repetitive levels and awkward controls, but the CD32 version runs smoother and looks better. It's a brave effort for the time, but it feels dated and clunky compared to better Amiga FPS titles like Gloom or Alien Breed 3D. In short, it's an ambitious pioneer, but not one of the greats. Okay, then we get Death Trap. Death Trap is a smartly designed action puzzle hybrid that stands out for asking you to think before you act. Rather than charging headlong into danger, success comes from careful planning, placing traps, managing limited resources, and surviving wave after wave through clever preparation. Level design is its biggest strength. Scenarios grow steadily more inventive, encouraging you to experiment with different trap combinations and timing strategies. When a plan finally comes together and enemies are dispatched exactly as intended, the sense of satisfaction is immense. Presentation is clean and functional, and the graphics clearly communicate what's happening on screen, so you're never confused what's going on, especially when traps trigger. And while the sound design adds an urgency without becoming overwhelming, once you fall into the rhythm of planning, reacting, and refining your approach, the gameplay loop provides pleasingly addictive. It rewards through play and quick adaptation without leaning on cheap difficulty, making it ideal for short, intense sessions as well as longer attempts at mastery. Not flashy, but clever and engaging where it matters most. A tense, rewarding and hugely satisfying game where strategy pays off. Okay, then we get Deathbots, a confidently made action game that gets straight to the point, fast-paced robot combat, light exploration and a steady stream of mechanical mayhem. Viewed from top-down or isometric perspective, it drops you into a compact, hostile arenas where survival depends on movement, timing and the use of firepower. The core gameplay is immediately engaging. You blast through waves of enemy robots, navigate maze-like environments, and make quick tactical decisions about your positioning and target priority. Controls feel responsive, which is crucial given how quickly situations can escalate, and the combat has a pleasing sense of momentum once you fall into its rhythm. Visually, Deathbots has a lot of charm. The robots are clearly drawn, environments are pleasing on the eye, and there's enough detail to give the action personality without cluttering the screen and confusing you. Explosions and the enemy destruction provide satisfying, deep help and feedback, making it all feel enjoyable and fun. What lifts Deathbot above its simple blasting are its touches of variety. Exploration elements and enemy mixes and escalating difficulty prevent the game from becoming monotonous, while the overall balance keeps the things challenging but rarely unfair. It's the kind of game that works equally well as a short, intense burst or a longer score chasing session. It doesn't aim to reinvent the genre, but it doesn't need to. Deathbot succeeds by delivering solid mechanics, consistent pacing, and a clear sense of fun. Exactly what you want from a game of this era. It's a dependable, enjoyable robot blaster with enough depth and character to keep you coming back for just one more run. Okay, then we get Deathbringer. This is a satisfyingly moody sword and sorceries action adventure that leans confidently into classic dungeon crawling tradition. You hack, explore and puzzle your way through a dark fantasy world packed with hostile creatures, hidden paths and a steady sense of danger. The gameplay has a pleasing sense of weight. Combat rewards timing and positioning rather than frantic button mashing, while exploration is consistently worthwhile, with secrets and new areas gradually opening up as you progress. Growth feels earned here, with a strong sense of becoming more capable of an adventurer as the adventure unfolds. Atmosphere is one of the game's strongest assets that suits the material perfectly. Graphics are detailed enough to give locations character without cluttering the design, and it just makes it really absorbing to play. While it doesn't push the genre forward, or the Amiga hardware for that matter, in radical ways, it delivers exactly what it promises. A solid, well-assembled fantasy adventure that respects the player's time and curiosity. A strong title that captures the appeal of classic dungeon-based action with real atmosphere and depth. Okay, then we get Death Rally. It's not often that a 1996 PC classic gets a proper Amiga port decades later, but here we are. Death Rally is a top-down vehicle combat racer where you scream around the tracks while trying to blow up your opponents to bits with an arsenal of increasingly ridiculous weapons. The port runs surprisingly well on AGA machines with smooth scrolling and decent sound, and the core loop, race, upgrade and destroy is as addictive as its PC parent. It's not the prettiest thing on the Amiga, and the controls take a little getting used to, but for fans of the original game, or anyone who likes their racing with a side order of carnage, this is a proper treat. A wonderful late era surprise. Okay, then we have another Christmas game. It is Deck the Drones, done by Amiga Cami Underground Arcade in 2023. This is a cheerful Christmas-themed homebrew platformer where you must recover stolen presents from a fleet of mysteriously reprogrammed delivery drones that have gone rogue. You run, jump and fight your way through snowy levels, all beautifully festive with holiday charm. The game has that classic 90s Amiga platformer feel, bright pixel art, smooth controls and a jolly Christmas atmosphere to enjoy. It was started as a quick festive project and has since grown into a proper, if relatively short game with nice parallax scrolling and cute enemy designs. The gameplay here is straightforward and it's family friendly, but it's perfect and exactly what you want for a relaxed festive play session. While it's not massively long or revolutionary, it has bags of personality, solid level design and that warm Christmas spirit that makes it feel very likeable. A lovely little seasonal treat for the Amiga scene. Okay, then next we have The Deep. This is done by US Gold in 1989 and is an obscure conversion of Woodplace's 1987 arcade game. You control a heavily armed boat that shoots beneath the waves, blasting enemy submarines, squids, mines and other underwater threats while rescuing divers. Presentation wise, it's pretty decent for 1989. The parallax scrolling gives a reasonable sense of depth and the sprites are nice and explosions are satisfying. Sure, sound effects are functional, but overall it's not a bad job on the face of it. But unfortunately, once you dive into it a bit more, the Amiga version does feel like a rushed job. It's missing several sections. The enemy types from the arcade original have gone, and the frame rate chugs noticeably when things get busy on screen, which is not what you want on a shooter. You could also argue controls are a bit floaty and the gameplay quickly becomes repetitive and has limited variety, but then so did the arcade parent. Overall, it's not a terrible shooter. There's some fun to be had here in short bursts, but it does lack the polish and excitement of better Amiga conversions of the era. Overall, looks and sounds okay on paper, but the choppy performance and cut down content makes it feel like a budget port or at least a rushed job. Okay, then we get Deep Core, released in 1992. This doesn't shout for attention, it just quietly gets everything right. At first glance, it's just another sideways shooter, but it quickly shows more awareness than most. Movement is sharp, the screen scrolls smoothly, and there's an immediate sense of control when things get crowded. And they do get crowded. Weapons help carry it further. Each option feels deliberate rather than a filler, giving you reasons to switch your weaponry rather than stick to one safe choice, as you do with so many games. Power-ups matter too. Lose them and you'll notice, but it never feels like a punishment spiral you can't get out of it. allows you to still progress, which again, a lot of shooters of this era fails on. Level design is where it lifts itself above the pack. There's a steady mix of open sections, tighter spaces, and the odd hidden area, which breaks up the usual push right and survive routine of games of this ilk. Bosses also follow the same thinking, pattern-based rather than brute endurance. Visually, just enough detail to sell the setting without cluttering the action. In short, controlled, varied, and smarter than your average shooter. Okay, then we get Deep Space by Psygnosis, released in 1986. Psygnosis' early days were a bit hit and miss, let's be honest, and Deep Space is firmly in the miss column, but it's a Psygnosis game, I had to include it. You play an owl-headed pirate ship, yes really, flying a fighter through a vector-style 3D space, shooting enemy ships and trying not to crash into asteroids. Technically, this was really impressive in 1986, filled 3D polygons and all that. But the gameplay is clunky, the controls are fiddly, and the whole thing feels more like a tech demo rather than a finished game. The owl head is memorable, of course, in honour of Psygnosis and their owl logo, but it's memorable perhaps for all the wrong reasons because it looks a bit naff, if I'm honest. There are moments when the scale ambition shine through, but they're buried under a frustrating mechanics, a general sense of we'll get it right next time. It's a fascinating historical curio, more than a game you'd want to play today. Important for Psygnosis fans, however, but that's about it. That brings us on to Defender by Acid and Ratsoft. The fact that Defender still feels exhilarating decades after its arcade debut says everything about the strength of its core original design, and the Amiga shareware versions from Acid and Ratsoft do an admirable job of capturing that magic again for later systems. Rather than merely cloning the coin-op, however, they deliver a polished, authentic home computer take that feels perfectly at home on the Amiga platform. The fundamentals are instantly familiar: blast relentless waves of aliens, protect the terrain below, and rescue helpless humans before they're abducted and transformed into something far nastier. The pace is fast, the screen is busy, and the situation awareness is everything. Smooth, horizontal scrolling and tight responsive controls ensure the action always feels precise rather than overwhelming, even if the chaos erupts in all directions at you. Presentation is stronger than you might think for a shareware game, and sprites are detailed with explosions that have real weight. Difficulty is stern, however, but it stays true to the spirit of the original in that sense, and survival depends on mastery rather than luck. And the learning curve encourages repeated play without feeling punishing, and high score chasing is a major draw. And the just one more go compulsion is as strong as ever as it was in the arcade originals. These versions may not have the gloss of the big budget commercial releases, but they nail the essentials with confidence. An example of what dedicated shareware developers could achieve on the Amiga that is really impressive. As pure experiences go, they're hugely enjoyable. This is a faithful, fast and addictive take on the timeless classic, being shareware at its fineness. Okay, then in 1990 we got Defender II. This takes everything that made the original such a landmark and refines it into a more expansive, varied experience without ever losing sight of what made it work in the first place. The core gameplay remains gloriously intact: blistering, fast side-scrolling action, frantic multi-directional combat, and the constant tension of defending vulnerable humans below. What sets Defender II apart is how it builds on the foundation. Enemy types are more varied, stage designs are broader and more visually interesting, and the overall structure feels more forgiving without sacrificing intensity. The result is a game that feels more approachable while remaining still deeply challenging. On the Amiga, the conversion holds up well, scrolling is smooth, controls are sharp and responsive, and the visuals are clean and colourful with detailed sprites and communicate danger early on, even at high speeds. The sound effects enhance the chaos effectively, reinforcing hit rescues and imminent threats without drowning out the action. Crucially, Defender II understands its restraint. It adds variety and polish but never bloats the experience or strays too far from the purity of the arcade original. That confidence is what allows it to stand alongside the first game rather than merely living in its shadow. This is a bigger, bolder and just as addictive classic Defender action with welcome refinement. Next we have Defender of the Crown, a real standout for the Amiga. Released in 1986, of course, by Cinemaware. Few games are as closely tied to the Amiga's identity as Defender of the Crown. Released early on the machine's life, it didn't just show what the hardware could do, it helped define what people expected from the Amiga's spectacle, atmosphere and a sense of scale that home computers rarely delivered at the time. Set in a romanticised medieval England, you play as a Saxon lord, competing against rival nobles and invading Normans to unify the realm. The structure blends a light, grand strategy layer with series of arcade-style events, sieges, jousting, tournaments, sword fights and the occasional daring rescue. Its broad, ambitious mix that gives the game a distinctive character. Visually, Defender of the Crown was astounding in 1986 and remains striking today. The digitized artwork, fluid animations and lavish presentation gives the game a patently almost storybook quality, backed by a rousing soundtrack. It creates a genuinely cinematic atmosphere that few contemporaries could match, and that remains central to its appeal. The strategy layer itself is accessible rather than deep, focusing more on pacing and risk-reward decisions than complex simulation. The lightness works in the game's favour, keeping the focus on the momentum and the drama rather than the nuance of complexity. The arcade sequences vary in quality, of course, but the jousting in particular stands out as a fast, satisfying and endlessly replayable game for you to enjoy. What Defender of the Crown does best is create a sense of occasion. Every decision feels part of a larger narrative, and success or failure carries emotional weight thanks to the presentation and the theme. It may not offer the endless mechanical depth, but it offers something rarer: charm, atmosphere and personality in abundance. A landmark title that played a huge role in defining the Amiga's image, and one that is still a joy to revisit. A beautiful cinematic classic that captured the imagination and showcased the Amiga at its best. And that brings us on to the sequel that a lot of people don't realise exists. It's called Defender of the Crown II. Rather than reinventing the wheel, Defender of the Crown II sets to expand and refine the original formula, delivering a more substantial medieval epic for the new generation of hardware, designed with CD-based systems like the CD-TV and CD32 in mind. It focuses on greater depth, improved presentation and smoother overall experience. The core structure remains familiar: rule territory, manage rivals and take part in key encounters that shape your campaign. This time around, the strategy layer has more weight, with improved pacing and stronger sense of long-term planning. Campaigns unfold more naturally this time, giving greater context to your decisions and reinforcing the sense of ruling a living contested land. Presentation is once again a major draw. Graphics are sharper, more detailed and more consistent, while the expanded content helps the world feel richer and more immersive. The minigames are more polished across the board, and while they still form just one part of the experience, they integrate more smoothly into the larger campaign. Atmosphere remains a core Cinemaware strength. Music, visual flair, and the thematic consistency work together to maintain the epic tone, marking Defender of the Crown 2 feeling like a respectful continuation rather than a hollow sequel. It stays true to the spirit of the original while offering enough improvement to justify its existence. While it may lack the original's historical impact, Defender of the Crown 2 succeeds on its own terms as a confident, well-rounded follow-up. Fans of the first game will appreciate the added depth and polish, and newcomers will find it accessible entry point into Cinemaware's distinctive style of interactive cinema. A worthy expansion of a classic formula delivered with care and confidence. A refined, deeper sequel that honours the original while broadening its horizons. And that brings us on to Defenders of the Earth by Hi-Tech, released in 1990. Ming the Merciless has kidnapped the kids again. Thank heavens for Defender of the Earth, here to save the day in this 1990 Hi-Tech Amiga tie-in to the classic cartoon. Primarily controlling Flash Gordon, you run, jump and blast your way through Ming's fortress, collecting weapon upgrades and power-ups while dodging robotic guards. The real star is the ability to summon your teammates. Mandrakes hypnotizes foes, Lothar smashes obstacles, and Phantom kicks down doors. It adds genuine variety to what could have been a bog-standard platformer shooter. Graphics burst with colourful cartoon charm and smooth parallax scrollings, while the jaunty theme tune will transport you straight back to 1986 cartoon. It's challenging, those security cameras are a right pain, but the character switching mechanic and heroic rescue mission keep you hooked. It's not groundbreaking, but a solid, fun budget effort with more personality than most. Fans of the show will love it. That brings us on to Deflektor by Gremlin, released in 1988. And this is a laser bouncing puzzle game and has the premise of redirecting a beam of light through a screen of mirrors and obstacles so that it hits what it's supposed to hit without turning the whole enterprise into a glowing disaster. And on the Amiga, that's more than enough. Puzzle games live or die on whether their central idea carries enough weight to sustain repeated failure, and Deflektor mostly passes that test. It's a clever, fun, and increasingly nasty, especially once the game starts introducing extra interference designed to ruin your perfectly arranged plans. It's not a relaxed cup of tea puzzle experience here. It's a clock-ticking, mirror-twisting, oh you absolute swines sort of puzzle experience, which arguably is the best kind. Presentation is tidy rather than extravagant, but that's fine. It knows exactly what it is. It's a cracking little brain burner with just the right streak of cruelty. Then we get Déjà Vu, A Nightmare Comes True, released in 1990. Right, trenchcoat on, memory missing, world thoroughly unhelpful, Déjà Vu wastes no time dropping you into noir detective trouble. This is a point-and-click adventure where paranoia is a part of the interface and every object might either help or quietly ruin your day. The structure is classic search, combine, experiment, occasionally swear at the screen, but what sets it apart is the tone. There's a dry cynicism dripping through everything, and there's a sense that you're constantly one bad decision away from a very short career in private investigation. Controls are clean, which help enormously given how much fiddling you'll be doing with the inventory and interaction, and the puzzles can lean towards the obscure. This isn't exactly holding your hand, and it will frustrate newcomers, but there is a logic to some of the puzzles once you get settled into that way of thinking. It's not flashy, it's not fast, it is occasionally maddening, but it's compelling in that slow, methodical way that keeps pulling you back in. A moody, clever, and enjoyably unforgiving game. And that brings me on to the sequel, Déjà Vu 2, Lost in Las Vegas. More amnesia, more trouble, just with brighter lights this time. Déjà Vu 2 takes the original formula, polishes it slightly and drops you in a new setting that feels more expansive, if not more forgiving. The structure remains very similar. Investigation, exploration and plenty of trial and error. The puzzles are a touch more coherent overall, though still more capable, leaving you scratching your head at 2 a.m, wondering why a coat hanger isn't solving everything. Visually, it's incremental improvement, and the increased scope gives the adventure more breathing room. There's a stronger sense of progression in the sequel as well, even if you occasionally spend far too long stuck in one location on a maddening puzzle. It's not radically different, but it's a solid continuation, and if you love the original, you'll love this. More of the same, but with a slightly smoother edge. Okay, let's go on to Deliverance. Deliverance doesn't just resemble gods, it turns up wearing the same armour and hopes you won't notice. Thankfully, it's good enough that you mostly won't mind. And of course, it's the sequel to the Stormlord series. You stomp through the dark fantasy landscapes, hurling axes at anything remotely unpleasant, and to its credit, it feels properly weighty, and once you get used to the arc of the throwing axes, it becomes quite nuanced. Combat has a nice thump to it, movement goes at a pace, and there's a satisfying sense of forcing your way forwards rather than gliding through it. The opening leans heavily on its inspiration, almost to the point of déjà vu, of being God's Part 2, but later sections start carving out slightly harsher tone of their own and going on its own way. It's less grand, more scrappy than the gods of which it's based, but it does give it a bit of an edge. It's not perfect, controls can be stubborn and quite fiddly at the beginning until you get used to it, and at the worst moments it never quite reaches the scale it's clearly aiming for, but it's confident, fast and consistently enjoyable. And really, if you're going to copy something, you could do a lot worse than this. In short, a shamelessly familiar but energetic enough to get away with it. And that brings me on to an absolute classic. It is Deluxe Galaga, released in 1995 by Edgar Vigdal. Take Galaga, turn everything up to 11 and somehow keep it under control. That's Deluxe Galaga. It's faster, busier, far less forgiving than the original, but crucially it never feels messy. Movement is precise, enemy patterns are varied, and the screen feels just enough to keep you alert without tipping you into chaos. The real trick is balance. Power-ups feel worthwhile, danger ramps steadily, and you're always a second away from losing it all, which is exactly where a game like this wants you to be. It doesn't try to reinvent anything here, just refine and tightens the gameplay of the original and keeps pushing you on to the end. In short, it's a familiar idea sharpened to a dangerous level. And that brings me on to Deluxe Pac-Man, also done by Edgar. And this is Pac-Man, no surprises there. But what Deluxe Pac-Man delivers is to smooth out with a slightly quicker pace and nice ideas where you're sort of like just having to take certain parts of the map. But the core loop is untouched. Eat, evade, repeat. But it feels fluid, more responsive, with lots of ideas and bursting with fun. It's not aiming to change anything though, particularly, and it is a public domain game, but it's wise that it doesn't try to reinvent the wheel. This is comfort gaming tidied up and effective, and I absolutely love it. And that brings me on to Demon Blue, released in 1991 by Microvalue. Blimey! A tiny shaggy blue demon called Harrison is your hero in this 1992 oddity. Trapped in a hellish multi-screen dungeon, you do nothing but jump, avoiding, or occasionally bouncing off the most deranged creatures imaginable. Hoof-footed fallen angels, eyeball mushrooms, giant wasps, and very suspect wyvern. It's pure avoid-em platforming. Collect 8 keys, open the exit, while your energy drains from every wrong touch. Controls take practice. That endless "Hey!" shout doesn't help either, but land a perfect series of leaps and it clicks satisfyingly. What really sells the game is the visuals. It's colourful, sharply detailed, and a proper balmy enemy designs that turn every screen into a digital freak show, and I love it. The plot's nonsense, of course, rebirth of Earth, I don't know, don't ask. But who cares when the monsters are this entertaining? Rough edges are plenty, of course. This is not a perfect game, yet there's a weird charm, and that just one more screen pull keeps you hooked longer than you expect when you go into it. A charmful, deranged budget platformer with bags more personality than the score suggests. Okay, this brings me on to another public domain game. It is Demon's Domain. Blimey! Welcome to Demon's Domain, an Amos 1992 public domain gem from Roger North that turns a simple maze into a full-blown arcade assault course. You wander the labyrinth, but instead of beasties, you get randomly zapped into one of 7 cracking little sub-games. Fancy a quick car race? Dodge a hail of arrows? Guess the letter before you get squashed flat? There's Centipede, Minefield, and a couple more beside. It is so amazing for a public domain game out, the generosity and range of the gameplay. Of course, all is simple presentation, but it's got it where it counts. It's seriously addictive in play. It's a perfect mix of exploration and instant arcade thrills. And once you start, you genuinely cannot stop. The whole thing feels bigger and better than your average public domain effort, with that just one more go factor turned up to 11. Younger players will love it, but don't be surprised if the adults hog the joystick too. Roger's done it again. Another winner from the man behind Crossfire, essential freeware that proves Amos can still deliver the goods. And that brings me on to Demon's Tomb, The Awakening by Melbourne House in 1989. This is a supernatural text adventure with a touch of horror and a decent helping of atmosphere. You play a young man searching for his missing father in an ancient tomb that is clearly hiding more than dusty relics. The writing is solid, the puzzles are logical without being obscure, and there's a genuine sense of creeping dread as you delve deeper. The static illustrations help the mood, even if they're not exactly groundbreaking. It's not the longest or most complex adventure you'll ever play, but it's well put together and it has a satisfying just one more room continuing adventure for you to enjoy. For fans of late 80s text adventures with a spooky edge, this is a respectable effort, and it still holds up better than many of its later contemporaries. A quiet little gem from the tail end of the text adventure golden age. And that brings me on to Demoniak by Palace Software in 1991. Alan Grant's Demoniak, the man who, of course, gave us Judge Dredd as the lawbringer we know today, and he brings his gloriously twisted black humour to Palace's 1991 text adventure. You command a dysfunctional team of superheroes, Brainy Doc, Cortex, Psychic Sondra, Fiery Flames, Muscle-bound Sirius, and Magician Madlock as they leap between the planets trying to stop the monstrous Demoniak bursting into our dimension. The killer feature? You can switch control between any of them at will, hand over weapons and see the same events through wildly different eyes. With 50 characters in total, each with their own personality, flaws, and psychological hang-ups. It's proper chaotic fun and an interesting adventure to boot. It is let down by the parser in many ways, but the parser, I guess, does handle some clever commands. The writing is its real highlight, though, being sharp and funny, and the scope feels huge for a text adventure, and of course with great occasional artwork done by Alan Grant himself. It's not the easiest adventure going, but the constant character juggling and daft humour make it far more entertaining than your average text adventure outing. A bold, witty gem that deserves more love, in my opinion. Okay, then we get Darius by Rainbow Arts in 1989, originally sneaking out as Katakis before a legal wobble. Darius ends up being one of the few games that can stare R-Type in the face and not immediately blink. It's tight, fast, and properly demanding. Enemy waves come in thick. Bosses loom large, and the game expects you to learn rather than coast. Get into the flow though, and it feels spot on. Movement is precise, weapons have a real attack to them, and those rotating pods are more than just decoration, if you use them well. Visually it holds up nicely with smooth scrolling and great sprite work, which drives everything along without getting in its way. It's a tough and earns its toughness, being a great R-Type clone, confident, polished, and just the right side of relentless. And that brings me on to Deuteros, released in 1991. This is an unapologetically ambitious spacer strategy game that gives the Amiga one of its most convincing build an empire from nothing experiences. As a sequel to Millennium 2.2, it takes its foundations of that game and scales everything up in scope, depth, and sense of long-term progression. You begin with little more than a modest foothold on a handful of ships, and then gradually expand outwards across a vast galaxy, colonizing planets, managing resources, researching new technologies, and constructing ever more capable fleets from the backbone or the experience. The campaign spans decades of in-game time, and crucially it feels like it. This is a slow burn strategy epic rather than a quick skirmish simulator. One of Deuteros' greatest strengths is how clearly it communicates its complexity. Despite number of systems at play, economics, research, exploration, military expansion, and diplomacy, the interface remains relatively clear and logical. Information is well presented, allowing you to make informed decisions without drowning in micromanagement. The game respects patience and planning and encouraging long-term thinking rather than impulsive expansion. Progression is deep and satisfying. New technologies unlock meaningful options, whether that's improved colonization, stronger defenses, or more versatile fleets. Watching your civilization evolve from a fragile presence into a dominant galactic power delivers a real sense of ownership and achievement. Setbacks feel like lessons rather than punishments, reinforcing the idea that every decision matters. Visually, Deuteros focuses on clarity rather than spectacle, but whilst it's not flashy, the graphics give you everything you need from a game like this, and it's refreshing really to you don't want anything too flashy for a game like this that lasts as long as it does. Combat and diplomacy are handled thoughtfully as well, tying naturally to the broader economic and technological systems. Conflicts feel like a result of strategic choices rather than isolated events, and the success is usually down to preparation rather than brute force. Deuteros does demand your time and commitment, but it repays that investment handsomely in spades. It's the sort of game you can sink weeks into, gradually shaping your empire, emerging with a genuine feeling that you've built something substantial. A standout strategy title on the Amiga, ambitious, absorbing, and impressively expansive even today. Epic in scope, deeply rewarding, and one of the platform's finest long-form strategy experiences. And that brings us on to Dennis by Ocean in 1993. And of course, this was Dennis the Menace, the US version that got the Walter Matthau film. And this licensed game platformer is based on that film. You play the red-jumpered hero, Terror, as he runs, jumps and slingshots his way through the colourful levels, causing chaos and collecting coins while avoiding the hazards and enemies. The graphics are bright and cartoony, capturing the spirit of the comic and film reasonably well. Controls are responsive and there's a decent amount of variety of the levels. The difficulty is on the stern side though, and expect to die a lot before you master the timing of some of the trickier sections. It does also feel incredibly cookie cut. You can tell Ocean were just working on basic fumes here rather than deep thought of making a great platform game. It's not the deepest platform on the Amiga. It's got the cheerful, mischievous energy that suits Dennis perfectly, and for a quick, colourful blast with a bit of old-school challenges, for the most part surprisingly enjoyable. It's an okay licensed effort, one that I probably have fond memories of because this was part of the Dangerous Amiga 1200 bundle that I got. This was tied in with it. Overall, it's more fun than a lot of movie tie-ins of the era, and whilst I can't really recommend it, it's probably, particularly if you enjoyed the film, worth a play. Okay, that brings us on to Daring Do, a Nick Slaven game that came out on Amiga format in 1994. This is a charming little maze game that appeared on the Amiga format cover disc, and it's basically Mr. Do, a style affair where you dig tunnels, collect items and avoid or squash various enemies in a series of increasingly devious levels. Presentation is simple and colourful, like the arcade at its base, and the controls are tight, and there's a surprising amount of strategy. I always loved Mr. Do, so any clone immediately has me drawn towards it. It has you managing your digging and enemy movement. It's the kind of game that looks basic but reveals hidden depths like the arcade game. It is a cover disc title though, so don't expect a particular length. It's not short, it's short and it doesn't outstay its welcome. It's perfect for one of those just quick gameplay sessions. It may not have the polish of a full commercial release, but it's got bags and bags of personality and that classic Amiga public domain charm. It's a lovely little hidden gem as far as I'm concerned for fans of Mr. Do and arcade games of the ilk. And this brings me on to a real favourite of mine, particularly I love the Amiga version. It is Desert Strike Return to the Gulf, released in 1993 on the Amiga by Electronic Arts. Desert Strike doesn't just ease you in, you're dropped straight into the cockpit and expected to cope. What begins as a straightforward destruction quickly reveals far more going on. Fuel, ammo, armour, and mission priorities demand your attention, so charging in rarely ends well. The tension comes from juggling everything at once and deciding what matters and most before something runs out or explodes. The Amiga version makes a strong case for itself. Visually, it pushes ahead of the Mega Drive original with richer colours, smoother shading and more detail effects, and explosions feeling particularly heavier. Environments feeling less flat as well, and the sound in the game also gets a noticeable boost too, with more convincing effects and give the helicopter and the gameplay a real presence. There are trade-offs. It's slightly less immediate than the Mega Drive game on which it's based. It has slower pacing and the usual reliance on keyboard shortcuts, not having the multi-fire buttons of the Mega Drive original. Still, once you settle into it, those fade into the background. In short, it's a deeper, richer and arguably the most complete home version. And that brings us on to Desert Wolf, released in 1996. This is a late-era flight combat sim where you take to the skies as a fighter pilot on a series of dangerous missions. It's no Falcon or Tornado here, so don't go in expecting that. But it does have a certain stripped-back charm that works in its favours. The missions are varied enough to keep things interesting, and the controls are accessible without being too simplistic. Graphics are functional rather than flashy, but they get the job done, and there's a decent sense of speed once you're in the air, which is so important with flight sims. It's clearly a budget title, and it shows in places. The AI as well isn't the sharpest, and the presentation is basic as I mentioned, but for a quick, no-frills dogfighting fix in the twilight years of the Amiga, it delivers exactly what it promises. A modest but likeable late arrival. Okay, that brings us on to Designosaurus by Britannica Software in 1989. Designosaurus is one of those charming educational games that somehow manages to be both informative and genuinely fun. Then take it for a walk through a prehistoric landscape to see how well it survives. The educational side is handled very lightly, it's not really an edutainment, but it is a simple, colourful and has that gentle, slightly quirky personality that defined a lot of late 80s edutainment. Not a game that you'll sink hundreds of hours into, but perfect for a relaxed session with the kids or the inner child. A lovely slice of wholesome Amiga history. That brings us on to Desolate World by Magic Birds. This was an unreleased game, and Desolate Worlds is one of the Amiga's great what-if stories, a cancelled late 90s action platformer that looked genuinely special. Developed by a small Czech team, it blended the exploration and combat of gods with a cinematic feel of another world, wrapped in a moody, post-apocalyptic sci-fi setting. From the surviving demos, it's clear this could have been something special, which is why, even though it's unfinished, I wanted to mention it here. The graphics are atmospheric, the animation fluid, and the level design looks thoughtful and varied. It had that rare combination of polish and ambition that made Bitmap Brother games so beloved. Sadly, it never saw the light of day. What remains is a tantalising glimpse of a game that might have been one of the Amiga's final great action titles. A heartbreaking near miss, but still worth seeking out the demo for. And that brings us on to Desperation. This is a licenseware released in 1997. Desperation is a late-era licenseware title that feels like a time capsule from the dying days of the Amiga scene. In short, it's a simple platform adventure made with the Reality Software construction kit. Basically a Dizzy-like game where you explore, collect items and solve basic puzzles. The graphics were basic even by 1997 standards, and the levels are small, and the whole thing can be completed well under an hour. It's clearly a hobbyist effort rather than a polished product, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. That said, there's a certain nostalgic charm to it. It's the kind of game that I used to turn up on cover discs or cheap licenseware compilations. Unpretentious, slightly rough, but made with love, and that is why I wanted to include it here, because I love Dizzy and I love games made with love. For completionists or anyone wanting a quick no-frills blast from the tail end of the Amiga commercial life, it's harmless fun. And that brings us on to Destination Moonbase. This is a late-period lunar lander game that tries to recapture the tense, precise thrills of the classic genre. You pilot a lunar module down to the moon's surface, managing thrust, fuel and landing gears while avoiding craters and rocks. The controls are responsive enough, and there's a decent sense of weight to the ship and that feeling of gravity like in the original. The graphics are basic, but it has a nice sense of scale as you descend. Of course, it's not revolutionary, but it does what it sets out to do, which is be a lunar lander sequel, in effect. It is short. It doesn't have the depth of more complex space sims of the era, But as a quick arcade-style challenge, it's surprisingly satisfying. Perfect for those moments when you want to just land a spaceship without overcomplicating things. A modest but well-made little gem from the mid-90s Amiga twilight years. And that brings us on to Detroit, released in 1994. This is a turn-based business simulation where you take charge of a fledgling car company in 1908 and try to dominate the automotive world over the next century. You design cars, manage factories, set prices, run marketing campaigns, and navigate economic ups and downs. It was surprisingly deep for its time, with a lot of interlocking systems and great graphics, all giving that rewarding long-term planning. The interface is clear, and it has that classic Impressions charm, functional but with a bit of personality. The game may feel dry perhaps if you're playing it today, and if you're not into management simulations, this won't win you over. Also, the AI opponents aren't the sharpest, but if you enjoy building an empire from humble beginnings, it's a satisfying and oddly addictive experience. A solid, thoughtful strategy game that car enthusiasts and number crunchers will appreciate. Okay, that brings us on to Devious Designs by Imageworks in 1991. This has one idea and squeezes it until it becomes properly devious. You're assembling trap layouts from awkward little shapes under a time pressure, which sounds tidy on paper but quickly turns into a quiet, mental wrestling match. Early levels ease you in and then start asking uncomfortable questions about your spatial awareness. What helps is how it's all put together. Controls behave, the visuals stay clear, nothing gets in the way of the puzzle game itself. When you fail, it's rarely down to the game, it's because you screwed it up and you rushed that last piece and now everything is collapsed in on you. It's not a long game and it doesn't pretend to be a big one. Instead, it focuses on giving you a steady stream of increasingly but clever, awkward problems and letting you get on in solving them. So not flashy, not showy, just quietly demanding, a simple concept, but a lot sharper than it first appears. Okay, this brings us on to a real classic but brand new game with Devil's Temple, Son of the Kung Fu Master. It's done by Giza Games and came out in 2022. Devil's Temple is a loving spiritual successor to the classic 1984 arcade game Kung Fu Master. You play as Tommy, the son of the original hero, as you battle your way through 10 tough stages plus bonus levels to rescue Lena from the clutches of the returning villain X at the ominous Devil's Temple. This is proper old school beat-em-up action. Punch, kick, and use weapons against waves of thugs, ninjas, and bosses. The gameplay feels tight and responsive, with that satisfying, chunky feel of those 80s arcade games brought to life. It mixes elements of Kung Fu Master and Vigilante, and it all works amazingly well. The presentation is excellent throughout, with great music, great sprites, smooth animation, and great attention to detail. It's got the gameplay as well, which is wonderful. And yeah, as I mentioned, the soundtrack is absolutely rocking, a real highlight. It's definitely one to pick up, and amazing that all this runs on a stock Amiga 500. So if you love classic side-scrolling beat-em-ups, this is one of the strongest modern Amiga releases in the genre. Short, sweet, but very punchy. And that brings us on to Diamonds, a simple and a surprisingly addictive platformer. You play a little character who must collect diamonds while avoiding enemies and hazards in a series of colourful scrolling levels. The gameplay's straightforward, make your way through, run, collect, but it has that perfect just one more go quality that defines so many of these classic platformers of the day. The controls are responsive, the levels well designed, and there's enough variety to keep things interesting for a while. It's not the most technically impressive game on the Amiga, but it knows exactly what it wants to deliver, and it does so, I think, with charm and polish. So for a quick, no-frills platforming fix, it's hard to beat. A modest but enjoyable little gem from the golden age of Amiga platformers. And that brings us on to Dick Tracy, this is the Titus one, not the Disney one, released in 1990. Blimey, it's Dick Tracy, the man in the yellow trench coat and fedora, licensed from the 1990s Warren Beatty movie and brought to the Amiga by Titus in 1990. This horizontal shooter puts you on the streets and rooftops of the city, blasting mobsters with your trusty Tommy gun as you dodge bullets and leap gaps. It looks the part with great art and classic comic strip vibe. There's a satisfying thump when you connect with a goon. Of course it's Titus, so expect rough, buggy edges, limited ammo, some cheap deaths, and hit detection that occasionally feels like it's there to punish you. But for a quick blast through the movie's rogue gallery, it's got a certain B-movie charm that keeps you coming back for just one more level. It's not a classic, it's certainly not as good as the other one done by Disney, but it's got personality and, I think it will certainly scratch that gangster itch nicely. Okay, the one that is worth playing, though, is Dick Tracy, the crime-solving adventure by Disney in 1991. This takes the fedora-wearing Flatfoot in a proper genre mashup. You're Dick Tracy riding through the ranks, solving a string of increasingly nasty crimes. 1 minute, you're tearing through the city in your squad car. The next, you're in a tense shootout, eating "Eat Lead, Copper," or grilling suspects with your wrist radio. Clues go to the crime lab, evidence gets processed, and you decide whether to arrest or interrogate the perps. It's ambitious stuff, blending driving, arcade shooting, and detective work, and it captures the comic strip feel surprisingly well. The mix can feel a bit disjointed, and the action sections are a bit and tad basic, but there's a genuine satisfaction in cracking a tough case and getting that promotion. Sure, it's not perfect, but it's a brave attempt, and I love that it tried something new and different. And I think it's got a lot more going for it than most movie tie-ins of the era. Okay, then we come to Did It Come from the Desert? This is a fun public domain mod of the Gloom engine, and it's an unofficial first-person shooter inspired by the classic cinema-ware B-movie game It Came from the Desert, but turned into a proper Doom-style first-person shooter. You fight waves of giant radioactive ants and other creepy desert critters in a maze-like levels while surviving long enough for the bug invasion. It keeps that cheesy 1950s monster movie vibe, but delivers it through a fast-paced, blasting action instead of the original adventure style. The game runs well even on basic Amiga hardware, with decent level design for a homebrew mod, and plenty of that classic Gloom feel. Smooth movement, great weapon, and satisfying jibs. It also supports 2-player mode, which is awesome. It's a short but enjoyable little passion project that successfully blends nostalgia with solid Amiga first-person action. Okay, then we come to Die Hard 2, Die Harder, released by Grand Slam in 1992. Less a careful game of tactics and more of a Operation Wolf point and shoot before anything explodes. Die Hard 2 keeps the things simple and basic to the point of annoyance. You're moving a crosshair over a scrolling screen, pick out the terrorists, shoot them before they shoot you. That's it, really. It's all about reaction. Spot, aim, fire, repeat. When it works, there's a decent rhythm to it, and the shooting has just enough impact to feel worthwhile. The presentation is quite nice and does some of the heavy lifting. There's snippets of sampled speech and busy set pieces, giving the bit of film-style chaos, even if it never quite escapes that license tie-in feel. It doesn't last long, and there's not much depth once you've seen the levels, but it does exactly what it sets out to do without dragging things out. It's a quick, loud, and over before it wears thin little blaster. Not a classic by any means, but I guess not offensively bad. And then we get Dig It, a public domain budget game in the early 1990s, It's a little digging game that avoid or squash enemies and tried to clear each screen before the time runs out. The gameplay is simple and addictive with that perfect just one more level pull. The graphics are colourful and the controls are great, making it easy to pick up and hard to put down as a game. It's short, unpretentious, and clearly made by someone who just wanted to make a fun little game. And honestly, that shines through with every pixel and gives the game a lot of charm. For a quick, no-frills arcade fix from the golden era of Amiga public domain, Dig It delivers exactly what the title promises: pure, unadulterated digging fun. And that brings us on to Diggers by Millennium, released in 1993. This is one of those games that seems disarmingly simple at first glance and then quietly reveals how well thought out it really is, taking clear inspiration from Lemmings but confidently striking out in its own direction. Millennium's puzzle strategy hybrid offers a wonderful character take on guiding a team of subterranean workers towards success. Rather than simply shepherding expendable critters to an end like Lemmings, Diggers gives you a named team of mining dwarfs, each packed with personality and charmingly animated. Your goal is to explore underground caverns, extract gems, manage resources, and overcome environmental obstacles using a clever mix of puzzle solving and tactical planning. The sense of responsibility for your crew instantly adds emotional weight that many puzzle games lack. Level design is constantly strong. Early stages ease you in, teaching you mechanics through play before gradually introducing more inventive layouts and challenges. Hazards, terrain manipulation, and limited resources force you to think, often juggling efficiency against safety. Solutions feel rarely arbitrary, and success usually comes from careful observation rather than trial and error frustration. Visually, Diggers is delightful for what it sets out to do. The graphics are small but colourful and detailed and full of life, with expressive dwarf animations that give the game a real warmth. Environments are clear and fun, and it's still packed with charm, making it easy to understand what's happening even during the busier moments. The overall presentation feels polished and welcoming rather than sterile, and sound and music complements the visuals nicely. One of Digger's greatest strengths, though, is its balance. The game is accessible enough to pick up and play quickly, yet deep enough to reward thoughtful play and optimization. It works equally well as a relaxed exploratory experience or a more focused puzzle challenge for players keen to maximize the gameplay. It may not shout as loudly as the era's biggest puzzle hits of the day, but Diggers quietly earns its place among Amiga's most enjoyable originals. Charming, smart, and consistently satisfying. It's the sort of game that leaves you smiling even when it makes you think. A richly charming strategy gem that balances personality and depth with effortless confidence. And that brings us on to a real classic hidden gem. This is Demo's Quest, released in 1993. Sure, this may look daft on first glance. It's a frog collecting sweets for a greedy king. But then it quietly turns into something much smarter than it suggests. Levels are maze-like and need thinking through. You're not just rushing about, you're planning routes, juggling switches and looking and working out how to deal with enemies without trapping yourself. Get it wrong and it's your fault, not the game. What helps is how fun everything is. And then graphically it's bright, simple visuals, but it has gorgeous, clever layouts to the gameplay and controls that are really well thought out and done, making it fun to play. The challenge, therefore, comes from the design, not the frustrations of the interface. There's also a steady pull to it. Finish one level, immediately eye the next. It doesn't get flashy, but it gets trickier and draws you in as a challenge. It's obviously a budget job in many ways, but I think it's one that's amazingly fun, never gets talked about, and this is a cheerful on the surface and quietly demanding underneath puzzle platform adventure. And that brings us on to Dino Wars, released in 1991. This is a turn-based strategy game that puts you in command of an army of dinosaurs in a battle for supremacy. It plays like a fantasy chess variant, where you move your prehistoric beasts across the board and engage in real-time combat when the units clash. The core idea is fun, and the dinosaur theme gives a lot of personality. The combat sequences are simple but satisfying, and there's even an in-game encyclopedia with dino facts for the educational crowd. It's not the deepest chess-like strategy game on the Amiga, and the AI is a bit predictable, but it has a charming, slightly quirky feel that many early 90s budget titles possessed. For a quick, light-hearted battle with dinosaurs, it clearly delivers what it promises. A fun, undemanding little strategy curio. And that brings us on to Dinosaur Detective Agency by Alternative Software in 1993. This has one of those wonderfully weird Amiga games that could only exist in the early 90s. You play a dinosaur dressed as a Victorian detective who must platform his way through a modern city, solving crimes and collecting clues while avoiding hazards and enemies. The premise is gloriously silly, and the game leans into it with its charm. The platforming is basic, it's sort of clearly designed for kids, but it's functional and does the job, and the levels have a decent amount of variety so that adults will enjoy it too. It is clearly a budget title like most alternative software, but it has that endearing made with love quality, which they also had in spades as well. Controls are responsive enough, and there's a surprising amount of personality in the presentation. It's short, light-hearted, and doesn't take itself too seriously, which works in its favour. A quirky little platformer that's more memorable for its concept than its depth. And that brings me on to Diplomacy. Diplomacy is the computer equivalent of the legendary board game. A game of negotiation, betrayal and backstabbing. You take control of one of the great European powers and must form and break alliances to achieve world domination through careful diplomacy rather than brute force. The game captures the essence of the original remarkably well. The negotiation phase is where the real fun happens, writing messages, making deals and stabbing your allies in the back at the perfect moment. The interface is clear, the AI opponents are surprisingly cunning as well. It's not for everyone, it requires patience and a devious mind, but for fans of the original board game, this is a deep strategy and psychological warfare classic. And that brings us on to Disc by Loricel, released in 1990. This is a fast-paced action sports game that feels like a mix of ultimate frisbee and combat. A bit like the Tron game as well. Discs of Tron game as well on the arcades. You control a player on a circular arena, throwing and catching discs while trying to score points and take out your opponents. The gameplay is simple but surprisingly deep, timing your throws, predicting trajectories and ricochets, and using the environment cleverly all come into play here. It supports two-player mode, which is where the game really shines, is when you play two-player. It's chaotic, competitive, and full of one-more-game moments. The graphics look nice, giving that sort of like Tron aesthetics, and the controls are, for the most part, responsive. There's not a lot more to the game. It's not a complex game that really the reviewers back in the day criticised, but it does have that perfect arcade pick-up-and-play quality that makes it endlessly replayable. Not a hidden gem, but an unusual sports game and worthy of a mention. Okay, that brings us on to Disca, released in 1994. This is a late-era platformer that throws you into a series of colourful multi-screens full of platforms, enemies and collectibles. You play a little character who must navigate tricky terrain whilst avoiding hazards and taking out the foes. The gameplay is straightforward but well executed. The levels are cleverly designed with plenty of secrets and alternate routes, and the controls are great as well in the game. It's not original, but it has that solid, polished feel that many Eastern European developers brought to the Amiga in the 1990s, and this is no different. Graphics do the job, and it has a cheerful, upbeat tone, which I love to the game. In short, it doesn't outstay its welcome, but it's great for making a quick play session and a competent and enjoyable platformer that's easy to recommend to the fans. And that brings us on to Discovery in the Steps of Columbus by Impressions in 1992, of course celebrating Columbus' discovery of America. This is a trading and exploration strategy game where you take the role of an explorer following in Columbus's footsteps. You manage ships, trade goods, discover new lands, and deal with the political and economic challenges of the Age of Discovery. The game has a nice balance of management and adventure. The map is large and full of possibilities, and there's a real sense of progression as your expedition grow more ambitious. The presentation is good, and the interface is surprisingly user-friendly for a strategy game of this era. I do love the Impression strategy games. It's not the deepest one in their library, though, but it does capture the spirit of exploration and empire building well, being quite accessible both for fans of historical strategy games, but wanting that lighter touch. It's an enjoyable and atmospheric experience, a solid, thoughtful title from Impression's golden period. And this brings me on to one that I really adore. It's Disposable Hero by Gremlin in 1993. Disposable Hero is a slick, horizontal shoot-'em-up that feels like a proper arcade experience on the Amiga. You pilot a heavily armed fighter through beautifully detailed levels, blasting waves of enemy and massive bosses while collecting power-ups. And the power-up system is really, really good in this game, with you finding blueprints and sort of upgrading your ships in that way. The graphics are great here, and the scrolling smooth, and the weapon system is satisfying with the upgrade. And also the music in the game is awesome. Some of the tunes are some of my favourites. It has that perfect balance of challenge and reward that makes you want to keep playing for just one more credit. The CD32 version of it is slightly superior, giving you a fantastic CD audio of that soundtrack and some difficulty tweaks and touches, making the game more forgiving, fewer bullets and slightly weaker enemies. Both versions are excellent, but I personally would choose the CD32 one for that more overall polished and amazing CD32 soundtrack. For me, this is one of the best horizontal shooters on the Amiga platform, and a must-play for any Amiga fans. Okay, that brings us on to Distant Armies, a playing history of chess, released in 1988. This is a fascinating chess variant collection that takes you on a journey through chess, through the history of the game. You can play everything from modern chess through to Shatranj and Saturanja and Courier chess and other historical versions like Chinese chess, each with their own rules and board layouts. The presentation does the job. It's got great explanations of the history, and you feel you're really learning about the history of the game whilst enjoying the games of chess Sure, the AI isn't up with some of the other chess variants, but that's not really where the appeal lies. The appeal here lies in how chess evolved across many cultures and centuries, and for chess lovers, this is well worthy of your time. I think it's a thoughtful, well-executed title that stands out from the Amiga's usual chess fare, and I think for that it should be rewarded. And that brings us on to another public domain game by Darren Ithell. It is Diddle's Wonderland, released in 1992. This is a charming little Amos Pro platformer that has you play Diddle, a cute character whose goal is to colour in all the clear tiles on the level by walking over them while avoiding enemies and hazards. The gameplay is simple but surprisingly addictive. The levels are well designed and a good mix of platforming and puzzle elements, and the controls are responsive. It has that wholesome, slightly quirky personality that many Amos-made games possess. Graphics are wonderful here, and the whole thing feels a true labour of love. It's short, of course, and it doesn't outstay its welcome, but for a public domain game, this makes a perfect, relaxed play session that you'll love. A delightful little public domain hidden gem that shows what a dedicated hobbyist developer could achieve on the Amiga by himself. Even better, though, is Diddle in Space, another Darren Ithell game. Of course, this came out in 1994. This is the sequel to Diddle's Wonderland, but it takes the hero into orbit with a jetpack and magnificent moustache. You platform and shoot your way through space stations and alien worlds, collecting items and avoiding hazards, and a series of colourful levels. The jetpack adds a nice layer of freedom to the movement. The music is amazing. The levels are cleverly designed with plenty of verticality, and it keeps the same charming, unpretentious feel as the first game, but adding so many new mechanics and ideas to make it feel completely fresh. I love how the focus is really a shooter here. Of course, it's clearly a public domain game, but it has at its heart personality in spades. The controls are tight, presentation is wonderful, and it never takes itself too seriously. I really adore this, and I love the title music. It's another lovely little public domain hidden gem. Okay, that brings us on to Ditris. Ditris is a solid clone of Tetris, done by Magicsoft in 1991, and it does exactly what it sets out to do, delivering a fast, addictive block-dropping action. The core gameplay is pure Tetris with the usual rotating blocks and line clearing, but it adds a welcome split-screen two-player mode that turns into a frantic battle of wits and reflexes. The graphics do the job here, and it's a decent selection of starting speeds. It's not a feature-rich Tetris, and there's maybe other better Tetris variants on the Amiga, but for the most part this plays well and it does all that you need. So for fans of the Tetris game or the puzzle genre in general, looking for a quick no-nonsense puzzle fix, Ditris delivers the goods without any unnecessary fluff. Reliable, does the job, but probably loses to the very crowded Tetris clone market on the Amiga. And that brings us on to Dizzy Panic by Codemasters in 1992. This is a Dizzy spin-off game, turning it into a light-hearted puzzle game where you help Grand Dizzy test his malfunctioning toy-making machine. Blocks of various shapes fall from the top, and you must arrange them to complete lines while dealing with the machine's increasingly chaotic behaviour. The gameplay is a clever twist on the falling block formula, and the Dizzy theme adding plenty of charm and humour. The controls are great and do the job for this sort of game, and it escalates the difficulty perfectly, balancing without becoming unfair but keeping you, drawing you on to the end. Overall, it's short, colourful, doesn't outstay its welcome. It is a cash-in, using the Dizzy license has little to do with it, but it's perfect for quick play sessions, and whilst it's not the deepest puzzle game on the Amiga, it has that signature Amiga Codemaster charm, and it's genuinely fun to play. A pleasant little Dizzy offshoot outing that's well worth a go. And that brings us on to Dizzy Crystal Kingdom, released in 1992. Yes, I know I put it on C, but I've got to put it here as well. By this point, Dizzy isn't finding his feet, he's showing off a bit. Crystal Kingdom takes everything that the series have been circling around and tightens it up nicely. Movement feels reliable, puzzles make sense without becoming obvious, and the world is filled with little incentives to keep you exploring rather than simply pushing you ever forward. There's a steady momentum to it. You're always finding something, a new route, a new item that suddenly makes sense, or a puzzle shortcut that links areas together more cleanly than expected. It rarely wastes a moment, and giving the whole thing a satisfying flow. Visually, it's bright and does the job, but it did shock and cause rightly complaints because this was a full-price Dizzy game. It was the first and only full-price Dizzy game, I believe. Therefore, you do get a massive Dizzy experience here. In short, fair puzzles and a great version of Dizzy that feels properly settled in, knowing what it's setting out to achieve. Okay, now we come to my favourite Dizzy game. It is Dizzy Fantasy World, released in 1989, and the third Dizzy game, second on the Amiga. This is where Dizzy grows up. Fantasy World took the idea of the original Dizzy on the 8-bits and Treasure Island Dizzy and simply takes the egg on legs idea and stretches it into a full, proper adventure, and finally introducing the Yoke folk family for the first time. It's got large interconnected landscape that actually feels somewhere, great puzzles, not just a series of screens. You wander, experiment, backtrack and gradually piece together how everything fits. It's hardly slick, jumps can feel a bit stiff. Dying with poor jumps being particularly annoying as your Dizzy will go into a sort of like a spiral roll, often killing you. But the important thing is that it all works. The world invites curiosity, and more often than not, it rewards it. And it's lovely seeing this game in full colour on the Amiga, as much as I love the Spectrum and the 8-bit variants. There's a real sense of uncovering something here, solving problems and slowly rescuing your stranded Yoke folk friends that pull what carried the series forward. It's not the most polished Dizzy, but for me it's the most special, and it might be the most important. In short, it's got rougher edges, bigger ambition, but it was a moment that the series clicked, and for many, therefore, like me, it's the best. That brings us on to Magic Land Dizzy, released in 1990, also by Codemasters. And this doesn't reinvent anything, it just quietly makes things better. While Fantasy World proved the idea worked, this sequel smooths it out. Movement feels less awkward, puzzles are more deliberate and entertaining, and the world has a stronger sense of shape. It's bigger too, but more importantly, it's easier to read and navigate once you get its bearings. There's a nice sense of momentum running through the game as well. You're not just wandering and hoping, you're nudged along by a clearer progression path and fewer moments of blind trial and error. The mix of item use, light combat and platforming sits comfortably this time rather than feeling bolted on together. It still has the series quirks, but they're less intrusive. Everything feels a bit more confident, and even if it hasn't quite reached its peak yet in the Dizzy series, this has a stronger vision of the formula and still growing but getting there, and one that I adore. And this brings us on to the next game, Dizzy Prince of the Yoke Folk. This is where Dizzy stops experimenting and gets it just right. Prince of the Yoke Folk takes everything the series have been building towards, exploration, item puzzles, platforming, and tightens it into something that feels properly refined. Movement is more dependable here, layouts are clearer, puzzles lean towards clever rather than frustrating guesswork, and the world is large without feeling messy. Areas link together in ways that make sense, and the progress comes from understanding the space rather than stumbling through it. There's always something to work towards. It's rescuing someone, unlocking a new path, or finally figuring out what that odd, weird item was that you'd picked up. It also looks the part. Backgrounds are gorgeous here with more detail. Sprites feel more expressive, and the whole thing comes across as just a really confident, well put together Dizzy game. This one feels complete. In short, it's refined balance and the point where Dizzy fully delivers. Then we get Dizzy Spellbound. Spellbound Dizzy sees our hero under a magical curse and must explore a large, interconnected world to break spells and rescue his friends. It continues the series' winning formula with excellent platforming, clever puzzles, and plenty of secrets to discover. The world design is particularly strong here, with a real sense of adventure, and you can uncover new areas and piece together how everything connects. The puzzles are logical and satisfying, and the humour remains as charming as ever. Whilst it doesn't quite reach the heights of Prince of the Yoke Folk, it is still a very strong entry with a huge amount of content for the price. The graphics and sound are up to the usual high standards and won't disappoint. This is an excellent Dizzy adventure that fans will love, and it's a good entry point as well. Okay, and that brings us on to Treasure Island Dizzy by Codemasters. There's something gloriously old school about Dizzy's second outing. Stranded on a sunny but treacherous island, our eggy hero must solve a string of item-based puzzles, gather 30 hidden coins, and eventually cobble together a boat to escape. It's a classic flip-screen adventuring with simple but satisfying platforming and an unmistakable Codemasters charm. The Amiga missed out on the original Dizzy game, so this was the first Dizzy title, and it's a solid port with a bit more colour and a couple of neat additions, though it still looks distinctly low res next to other 1990 big hitters. But of course, this was a budget title. The single life rule is brutal, with some puzzles veering into how was I supposed to know that territory. But the core loop remains hugely compelling. Once you get into the rhythm of ferrying objects and experimenting, it's hard to put down. Sure, it's not the prettiest or most refined Dizzy game, but it's got bags of personality and the addictive just one more screen quality. A proper little puzzle gem from the golden age of budget 16-bit gaming. Warm, witty, and occasionally maddening. Exactly how a Dizzy game should be. Right, okay, then we are going to do Bubble Dizzy. I realise I did this in the letter B, but I figure I might as well put all the Dizzy games in one place for you to enjoy. Poor old Dizzy. Just when you thought you'd had enough of deadly platforming, the Oliver twins drop him into a giant bubble and chuck him into an underwater maze. The result is pure arcade survival challenge. Gently nudge your fragile sphere through twisting caverns, dodge pointy fish, mines and vicious currents, and try not to pop. It's simple, almost aggressively so, but the bubble physics gives it real character. One wrong nudge and you're drifting helplessly into something spiky. The Amiga version looks colourful and just awesome, with decent, if repetitive, underwater scenery and music. Of course, because it's a bubble and it's underwater, it is going to feel, control-wise, a little floaty, but I guess that's to be expected. Sure, there's not much depth here. It is a cash-in game. There's no real puzzles. It's just an arcade game with pattern memorization and twitchy precision. Doesn't last long, but neither would you want it to. But, you know, for heart-in-mouth sessions of a little diversion, this is oddly compelling. And that classic Dizzy charm and graphics and music still shines through all in the chaos. Overall, it's a lightweight entry into the series, but one that's surprisingly strong for that just one more go pull. Fun, frustrating, and very bubble-based. Not a central Dizzy, but a neat little arcade diversion all the same. Okay, this brings us on to Fantastic Dizzy. This is where Dizzy's series really hit its stride. Bigger, bolder, and packed with more puzzles than ever before. I think this was another full-price Dizzy game, actually. And Fantastic Dizzy sends our eggy hero on a proper quest across a colourful, multi-arena kingdom. There are mines to explore, castles to infiltrate, dragons to outwit, and a whole host of inventive item-based conundrums to solve. The Amiga version looks lovely for 1991, with bright, detailed and full of character sprites. And also the increased scope actually works in its favour. The world feels properly alive, and there's a real sense of progression as you gradually open up new areas and piece together what you need to do when and where. It's still very much a classic Dizzy game at its heart, and I, for one, am glad of it. But the trial and error, to me, is part of the fun, but it might not be to everyone. But I will say the puzzles here in this game are better signposted than in earlier entries, and the platforming has a nice, beautiful, pixel fun style to it, being a lot more forgiving as well than previous entries. Sure, you could argue a few sections drag a little, but overall this, for me at least, hit the sweet spot for the series on the 16-bit. It's charming, clever, and just about the right size. One of the best Dizzy adventures you can play on your Amiga. It was the point when Dizzy stopped being a novelty and became a proper, full, grown-up classic. Still hugely enjoyable today. Okay, then next we're going to mention the little oddity cover disc of Dizzy Easter Extravaganza by Codemasters. This is, of course, an Easter festive reskin of the earlier fast food game and just really a demo giving a couple of levels. But Easter Extravaganza drops Dizzy into a series of simple top-down mazes where he must hoover up the Easter eggs while dodging a cast of grumpy bunnies, chicks and other seasonal hazards. It's, of course, extremely basic, but I love the fast food. We'll come to that review soon. And this is no exception. You eat everything, don't get touched in true Pac-Man style fashion. Like fast food, the controls are great here, and the level just has enough variety to keep it ticking over for the couple of levels. And I really like that it's an Easter theme. I think it's rather cute. You don't often get games based around Easter themes, and this is just a nice idea with eggs instead of burgers and pastel colours and the odd bunny enemy. But it does a nice job and it's great for a cover disc. So overall, it's not a huge amount of depth or longevity here, but what do you expect from a cover disc? It is just a glorified demo of fast food. But it does, for a quick additional blast of old school Dizzy action, particularly if, like me, you love your fast food Dizzy, this is surprisingly playable and fun. Short, sweet, and very much of its time. A charming little Easter treat that's fun for a few goes, even if it doesn't stick around for long. Perfect cover disc fodder. And this brings us on to the game it was based. It is Fast Food Dizzy by Codemasters. This is a full arcade Pac-Man clone, and I adore it. No deep puzzles or sprawling adventures here. You just a top-down maze and a frankly alarming amount of fast food to hoover up before the enemies get to you. Now, if you're thinking, hang on, this doesn't seem very much to do with a Dizzy game, you'll be right. Originally, this was a Happy Eater. Do you remember that restaurant that existed at the time? It was going to be a license for that game, but it fell through. And so the Oliver twins, never one to give up on something, decided to put their Dizzy mascot and do this fun little arcade game. Simplicity itself. Each level was a simple but well-designed maze where you must eat every burger and chip that are running around and avoid the rotating casts of ghost baddies. It's basically a cheerful egg-shaped Pac-Man with extra grease. The controls here are great and the levels are nicely varied. And there's a real just one more go quality that you'll try and clear everything without getting cornered. The Amiga version, I think, is the best. The 8-bits were overhead like a true Pac-Man, but this gives it a nice, not isometric, but sort of slightly tilted viewpoint, and adds an amazing soundtrack as well. Sure, a game like this is never going to set the world on fire, but it was a budget game, and, you know, sometimes you don't want depth or things lasting for ages. You just want a quick bit of arcade blast and arcade action, and this, for that, works surprisingly well. It's short, sweet, and very easy to pick up and play, and I adore it. In summary, not one of the serious Dizzy games, but a charming little diversion all the same. Simple, addictive, maze-munching with bags of personality. Perfect for short sessions. And this brings us on to its sequel, which came out in 2024. This is a loving, unofficial sequel to the 1989 Codemaster classic Fast Food. And Fast Food 2 drops Dizzy back into the maze for another round of frantic food munching. The formula remains gloriously simple: clear every burger, pizza and chips from the screen while dodging a parade of grumpy enemies. What makes this one stand out is how well it captures the spirit of the original while still feeling fresh and new. The mazes are nicely designed here, the controls remain tight and responsive, and there's a real sense of old-school arcade tension as the enemies speed up and the layouts get trickier as you progress. It looks smart too, with gorgeous, colourful and very much in keeping with that classic original Amiga aesthetics. Okay, you could argue it doesn't try to reinvent the wheel, but I would want it to. It doesn't need to. This is pure, unpretentious Dizzy arcade fun with just enough modern polish to make it feel like a proper new entry rather than a cheap cash-in. Short, sweet, and dangerously Moorish. A charming and faithful sequel that proves that the old eat everything, don't die formula still works brilliantly. And as we're going for the whole Dizzy shebang, we've got to mention some of the compilations, because, to be honest, on the Amiga, that's how I came to them, because I'd already bought all the Dizzy games on the Spectrum. I wasn't keen on rebuying everything. So instead, I basically did the compilations. And Dizzy Collection compilation was the first one. This was a perfect way to experience the Dizzy Golden Era in one handy package. It's a solid early effort that brings 5 classic Dizzy games from the series, just a few years after the originals came out. And there's real beloved ones here. You've got the Treasure Island Dizzy, which of course had Dizzy on a Treasure Island, and Fantasy World Dizzy, the third one. Magic Land Dizzy, the 4th one. And then you had 2 arcade spin-offs. You had Fast Food that we just mentioned, and Quick Snacks as well, which was another great sort of Pengo clone. So, you know, the 2 big adventures, Fantasy World and Magic Land, are the real stars here. Both are excellent Dizzy adventures and show the series at its best. Treasure Island Dizzy is a little bit more basic and frustrating in places, but still fun. And Fast Food and Quick Snacks, as I say, were lighter arcade-style maze games that offers a change of pace. As a package, you could argue it's a bit uneven. The adventures are clearly stronger than the arcade spin-offs, but it gives you a good overview of early Dizzy and represents decent value for money for the time. So if you want the best Dizzy adventures together, this is one of the stronger compilations from the early 90s. And this brings us on to the second compilation they did, which was Dizzy's Excellent Adventures. This came out in 1991, and, you know, you could argue it's a proper mixed bag because it had 5 games. There was Prince of the Oak Folk, a brilliant Dizzy game, Spellbound Dizzy, but then you had Bubble Dizzy, Quick Snacks again, and Dizzy Panic, so 3 arcade ones. Now, of this, the highlight is easily Prince of the Yokefolk. This is, I think, one of the best traditional Dizzy games with strong puzzles, lovely presentation. Spellbound Dizzy is also excellent, being bigger and more ambitious than the others in the series. The others, you could argue, the spin-offs there, Bubble Dizzy, Quick Snacks and Dizzy Panic. You know, as I say, they're all pretty good, and it's nice to have variety, I guess. Even if it would have been nicer to have all the Dizzy adventures in one place. Overall, it's a solid way, though, to get a broad taste of Dizzy universe in one go. Okay, then on the CD32, we had Dizzy, the Big Six. This is the definitive Dizzy compilation and easily the best way to experience the Dizzy series on the Amiga hardware. Released on the CD32 in 1994-1995, the Big Six collects the strongest entries. You have Prince of the Yokefolk, Magic Land Dizzy, Spellbound Dizzy, Treasure Island Dizzy, Crystal Kingdom Dizzy, and Fantastic Dizzy. Now, I do find it a shame they didn't add the other ones like Fantasy World Dizzy and things like that. I think it was a missed opportunity in Crystal Kingdoms Dizzy. But still, having these on one disc is brilliant, and you do get the feel of the full evolution of the series in one package, from the charming early adventures right through to the bigger games with more polish that came later. I would say of these, Prince of the Yokefolk and Magic Land Dizzy particularly hold up as two of the best platformers on the system. On the CD32, the package benefits also from much faster loading times, and in the case of Fantastic Dizzy, it has the improved AGA edition with better enhanced CD music as well. So it's a great way to enjoy. Excellent value and a must-own for a Dizzy fan. The ultimate Dizzy collection on the Amiga, 6 great games, smartly presented, with the CD32 offering worthwhile improvements, particularly on Fantastic Dizzy. Now, there is actually a homebrew version of Dizzy Collection called the Ultimate Amiga Dizzy Collection that was done by Amiga J, and you can find it if you know where to look. And this basically puts every Dizzy game that came out on the Amiga. There was Treasure Island Dizzy, Fast Food Dizzy, all the ones, Fantasy World, all the way through, and including all the arcade spin-offs as well. So that is awesome, and he does a lovely sort of menu to it as well. And that finally, the spin-off game is Quick Snacks Dizzy. This is one arcade-leaning Pengo sort of version with a Dizzy skin put upon it. Rather than the usual big adventures, Quick Snacks drops you into a series of top-down mazes where you must eat all the food while pushing blocks, where you must destroy all the enemies by pushing blocks. It's a bit like Pengo, but with Dizzy's personality bolted on. The levels are short and sweet. It's got a nice collection. I've never been a fan of Pengo particularly, so I'm a little cold on Quick Snacks Dizzy, but if you love Pengo, you'll love this. Overall, it's a fun little diversion than a full-fat Dizzy adventure, but still worth a go if you fancy something lighter and more immediate. Simple, cheerful maze munching with plenty of Dizzy personality. Not essential, but perfectly enjoyable in small bursts. Okay, next we have DNA, The Variety of Life by Applaud Software in 1996. This is an odd turn-based strategy game that feels like someone tried to make a budget laser squad or UFO enemy unknown, but ran out of time and budget halfway through. You control a human soldier and a cyborg as they fight their way through 36 single-screen sectors filled with mutant aliens. Everything runs on action points, moving, turning, punching, all cost precious points. The problem is you usually run out of points so quickly that most turns end with you shuffling forward a few steps and staring at an alien. The presentation is very basic. Even for 1996, the combat is extremely simplistic and the whole thing feels more like an unfinished prototype than a finished game. There are some interesting ideas here, which is why I wanted to include it, especially the mix of human and cyborg abilities, but it is, sadly, like with everything in this game, undercooked. But overall, it's one of those late period Amiga games that's more interesting for existing than actually playing. It's a curious oddity rather than a hidden gem, but there's just something about it I just felt I should include it. Okay, then we have Do Run Run by Electrocoin in 1990. This is a faithful conversion of the arcade classic and the fourth game in the Mr. Do series. You control the little clown as he runs through colourful mazes, collecting fruit, avoiding enemies and using his Powerball to clear paths. The gameplay is fast, chaotic and incredibly addictive. The levels are well designed and the clever enemy patterns in the two-player mode adds even more frantic fun. It perfectly captures the frantic energy of the original arcade game. While it's not the most technically advanced title on the Amiga, the smooth scrolling and responsive controls make it a joy to play. For fans of the classic maze action game, this is essential. A brilliant arcade port that holds up beautifully today. Okay, then we get Dr. Doom's Revenge by Empire Software in 1990. This is a side-scrolling action game where you alternately control Spider-Man and Captain America as they battle through Dr. Doom's forces to stop his evil plans. It's a fairly standard beat-em-up and pretty shoddy really, with some very loose platforming elements and boss fights to contend with. The controls pretty stiff and although there's a decent variety of enemies and attacks, the controls are reasonable enough and there's a decent variety of enemies and attacks. Probably the standout though are the graphics. They're colourful, they do capture the comic book even though they feel a little bit basic. But yeah, the animation and the gameplay just lets the side down. It's not the deepest, more polished game on the Amiga, but I guess, for basic fun and in fact it's a licensed title, this is enjoyable in small, short bursts. A missed opportunity license from the early 90s, which could have been so much more. Okay, then we get Doctor Strange 2, a public domain game, The Return of Doctor Strange. This is a late-era PD platformer where you control the master of mystic arts through a series of scrolling levels filled with enemies, traps, and mystical hazards. The gameplay is basic but functional with responsive controls and a decent sense of progression, and the graphics are awesome, being colourful, and the levels have a good mixture of platforming and light puzzle elements. It has a charming, unpretentious feel, common in many public domain titles from the mid-90s, and in short, it doesn't overstay its welcome, making it perfect for quick play sessions. It has enough personality and polish to be genuinely enjoyable, pleasant little surprise from the twilight years of the Amiga scene. Okay, then we get the public domain game Doctor Who, released in 1992. This is a maze-based action game that throws you into the world of the long-running BBC series. You navigate a labyrinthine levels filled with Daleks, Cybermen and other classic foes while collecting items and avoiding traps. The gameplay's simple but surprisingly engaging, and the levels are well designed with a good mix of exploration and quick reflexes, and the enemy patterns to keep you on the toes. The presentation captures the spirit of the show reasonably well for a public domain game, with decent graphics and sound effects for a budget public domain title. In short, it doesn't outstay its welcome and it makes perfect for quick play sessions. It has enough charm and nostalgia to be genuinely enjoyable for Doctor Who fans, being a fun, unpretentious little game that proves even obscure Doctor Who tie-ins can be worthwhile. Okay, let's come to a more modern one. This is Dodgy Rocks, released in 2020. This is a brilliant modern Amiga game that feels like it could have come straight out of the early 90s. It's a high-speed, endless avoider where you dodge, dash and smash your way through rocks and projectiles in the classic 8-bit style. The controls are tight and responsive, and the gameplay has a perfect just one more go quality, with the visuals being serviceable at best, and it's just handles and plays very well. What makes it special is how well this captures the spirit of a classic Amiga arcade game while feeling fresh and polished with modern gaming aesthetics and gameplay styles. It runs beautifully on stock hardware as well, and proves that new games for old hardware can still be fantastic. A must-play for anyone who loves fast, skill-based arcade action. Okay, then we get Dogfight, released in 1993 by Microprose. This is 80 year of aerial warfare, is a combat flight sim that lets you dogfight across 8 decades of aviation history, from biplanes to modern jets. You take place in historical scenarios or just jump straight into pure aerial combat. The flight model is accessible without being too simplistic, and the sense of speed and scale is impressive for the era. The graphics are great for the time, and it has the intensity of the dogfights, which is so fun playing. It also supports both single-player campaigns and quick skirmishes. Sure, it's not as deep as Microprose's other sims like Falcon or such like, but it's much more approachable and great for casual dogfighting, which is what it's all about. A solid, entertaining flight combat game that still holds up well. And that brings us on to Dogfight Simulator 1.50. This is a public domain 1997 release that delivers exactly what it promises: fast, chaotic, 4-player aerial combat. You pilot biplanes or similar in a simple but incredibly fun top-down side view arena, trying to shoot down your friends or the AI. The controls are responsive and the gameplay is pure arcade chaos. It's the kind of game that shines brightest in multiplayer, with frantic dogfights, near misses and plenty of laughter. Even the single-player mode is surprisingly full of charm. It's clearly a hobbyist project, but it's really well and quite well polished, and is addictive. It's got it where it counts, being that perfect one more round quality. For fans of simple, competitive arcade action, I think this is a hidden treasure from the final years of the Amiga scene. A brilliant little multiplayer classic. Okay, then we get Dogs of War by Elite Systems in 1989. This doesn't bother with subtlety. It drops you into hostile territory, hands you a ridiculous amount of firepower, and lets everything kick off. This is a straight down the line run and gun, push forward, clear the screen, try not to get shredded in the process. It feels heavy too. Enemies take hits, explosions have weight, and there's a sense you're forcing your way through rather than skating past danger. The arsenal helps. Plenty of weapons, plenty of chaos, and just enough variation to stop turning into a blur of identical firefights. Levels mix open stretches with tighter choke points, which keeps you paying attention instead of coasting. It's not pretty. Even for 1989, it looks a bit plain, but it doesn't lean on its visuals to carry it. This is all about momentum and noise. It's tough, occasionally messy, but never dull. In short, loud, rough, and built to keep you moving forward. Okay, let's go on to Dojo Dan. Dojo Dan was released by Europress Software in 1992, and it looks like a straightforward platform brawler. then it quietly stretches itself into something a bit more involved. You're not just moving left and punching things, levels spread out in multiple directions, with routes to uncover, switches to hit, and the occasional detour that rewards curiosity rather than blind aggression. It gives the whole thing a bit more shape than the usual walk forward and mash style walk right and fight beat 'em up. Combat does its job well enough here as well. Hits land cleanly, enemies come in varied enough in groups, and there's a decent sense of momentum when you're clearing a path. It's not especially sophisticated as a game, but it feels rarely sluggish. Perhaps where it wobbles slightly is its consistency. Some levels feel stronger than others, and the overall presentation doesn't quite match its ambition. Still, there's enough here to keep you engaged. It's not a standout, but it's more interesting than it first appears. In short, larger and more varied than expected, even if it's a little bit uneven. And that brings me on to Dogg, the samurai duck. Dogg sounds daft, samurai duck, gems, missing master, and then it backs it up with a game that's far tighter than the premise suggests. It's got good gameplay with their level design. Stages are built around small twists rather than raw difficulty, and the rubber duck transformation isn't just a novelty, it's woven into the layouts in a way that keeps things varied without overcomplicating them. There's a steady rhythm to explore here. Collect, figure out how to reach the really awkward bits and move on. It never tries to overwhelm you, and it rarely feels unfair, which makes it easy to stick with. Visually, it's bright, it's clear, with enough personality to stand out without relying on technical showboating. It's not massive and it won't redefine anything, but it doesn't waste a step. In short, playful, well-judged, and more polished than it first appears. Okay, that brings us on to Donkey Kong 500. This is a remarkable 2024 modern port of the classic 1981 arcade game, faithfully recreated for the Amiga 500. It captures the original charm perfectly while running smoothly on stock Amiga hardware. The gameplay is arcade perfect with tight controls, accurate enemy patterns, and that addictive one more go quality. The graphics and sound are spot on to the arcade parent and the coin-up original, and it's complete with all the icon, music and sound effects that you would expect. What makes this port so special is how well it feels like a native Amiga game while staying true to the source. It's a labour of love that proves the Amiga can still deliver arcade-perfect experiences decades later. An essential download for any Amiga owner, and a fantastic tribute to a true classic. And this brings us on to Doodlebug, Bug Bash 2. This ticks the obvious boxes by Core Design, released in 1992, with beautiful, bright, colourful, cheerful sprites and big, colourful backgrounds. Loads of jumping, and it holds together better than you might expect, being a really solid platformer with the idea of using your pencil as a weapon. Levels are large and gives you room to explore them, running simply left to right, and there's hidden bits everywhere, alternate paths, and enough small surprises to keep you feeling routine as you play your way through the levels. It doesn't try to push the genre forward. It is a by the numbers platform game, but sometimes that's all you want from a game. If you've played similar platformers, it leans heavily on that comfort. Still, it rarely slips up and is consistently well-paced and easy to spend your time with without getting too frustrated. In short, familiar territory handled with care and plenty of colour. Okay, then we get Doody, an Amiga format cover disc release in 1992. This is a charming single-screen platformer that appeared on Amiga format cover disc. You control a cute little character jumping between platforms, avoiding hazards and collecting items in short, bite-sized levels. The gameplay is simple and accessible with tight controls and gentle difficulty curve that makes it perfect for quick play sessions. The graphics are great, and the whole game has that wholesome, unpretentious feel common to many cover disc titles and public domain games. It's not the deepest, but it has a real charm and are genuinely fun in short bursts. For a freebie game that came with a magazine, it punches well above its weight. A lovely little public domain style platformer that still holds up as a relaxing, enjoyable distraction. Then we get Doofus by Prestige 1993. On the first glance, this looks like your fairly standard sideways scrolling platform romp. But spend more than 5 minutes with it and you realise it's got a trick up its admittedly baggy sleeve. You're not just keeping yourself alive, you're babysitting your hopelessly accident-prone canine companion too. And yes, he will try his absolute best to fling himself into danger like a furry missile. Still, that is half the charm. The central keep the dog alive gimmick adds a surprising layer of tension to what might have otherwise been a simple run and jump job. Levels are bright, varied and packed with enough enemies, hazards and light puzzling to keep things moving along nicely. Control-wise, things are reassuringly solid, and while the dog's AI occasionally has the survival instincts of a teabag, it behaves well enough for most of the time to avoid controller throwing frustration. No, the game's not going to win any awards for technical wizardry, but it doesn't need to. What it has here is bags of character. It's great, it's daft, it's endearing, and it's just different enough to stand out from the platforming pack. Scruffy, silly, and surprisingly lovable. Okay, now normally I've kept away from putting all the Dooms and Duke Nukem's and things because they've been ported, but you know, you need such a souped-up Amiga. But I did decide to include this, not because it really fits the criteria, but it was the one that was new to me and I just wanted to shout it out, so it got a slot. It is Doom RPG, released in 2024. Right, steady on, Doom, but turn-based. You with me? Before you run screaming, this Amiga port of the 2005 mobile oddity turns out to be a remarkably good fit. Instead of the usual frantic demon blasting, you're creeping through UAC corridors in a grid-based fashion, squaring off against the Hellspawn and tactical turn-by-turn scraps. It shouldn't work, and yet it absolutely does. First things first, the port itself is a cracking effort. On suitably beefy Amiga kit, AGA with RTG, highly recommended, it runs smoothly, looks the part and feels impressively close to the original incarnation. So no nasty surprises here. The gameplay swaps twitch reflexes for crucially thinking ahead, and there's a satisfying layer of strategy in managing your resources and picking up your fights in a steadily beefing up your marine. Crucially, it feels like Doom, all the moody corridors and lurking nasties, just with more thoughtful pace. Granted, it's not the kind of thing you'll boot up for a quick adrenaline hit, but as a different spin on a familiar universe, it's a fascinating title and a little success story. In short, Doom but with brains, and it works far better than it has any right to. Okay, then we get Double Agent by Flare Software, released in 1996. This is a clever spy-themed strategy game that expands on the classic spy versus spy formula. You play a double agent competing in a series of missions that involve sabotage, stealth, and outwitting your rival in a variety of inventive scenarios. The gameplay mixes real-time strategy with puzzle elements, and the missions are varied and creative. It's not the most action-packed game, but it has real charm and a satisfying sense of progression. The humour and cartoonish style help keep things light and entertaining. A smart and enjoyable late-era title that's perfect for fans of clever, thoughtful games. Another great game is Double Baboon Ninja, done by Dan Lab G, releasing this year in 2026, but currently it is still in development. This is a fast arcade platformer where you play two ninja baboons fighting aliens that are turning people into blobs. The game moves at a great pace with great controls, plenty of enemies to fight and some decent boss battles. It really has that classic late Amiga look with big sprites and smooth scrolling, and fantastic two-player mode is also available. It really feels like an Amiga 90s game that never came out back in the day, and I say that as a huge compliment. It's still being worked on, but I wanted to shout it out because the latest version already plays fantastically well and it shows its promise, and I'm really hopeful that this will continue to be worked on. Okay, then we get Double Dragon by Melbourne House. This is one of those ports that technically checks all the boxes and yet still feels off. Yes, Double Dragon is here, the arcade game. You punch, kick and shuffle your way across the scrolling stages, the mate in tow if you can, and the core idea survives intact on the Amiga. Everything around it, though, feels oddly compromised. Movement is the biggest issue. It feels stiff, it feels sluggish, and it never quite settles into the rhythm of the arcade game, which matters in a game built around timing and positioning. Fights lack impact too, hits don't land with as much conviction, and the enemies behave like they're following a script you've already read. Visually, it's all stripped down too, which is surprising on the Amiga, with sprites being barely functional and backgrounds barely there. The soundtrack is the one highlight, I guess. It does have a good rendition of the arcade music, and it does lift things up comparably. But, compared to the arcade original, it feels like it's a photocopy that's lost all its detail and gameplay. There's still some fun to be had in this coin-up, but it's fleeting. In short, recognisable, playable, but missing the spark that made it great. I can't mention, of course, Double Dragon without mentioning that there is in development and homebrew release being done this year. This is a Amiga port of the 1987 arcade beat-em-up made specifically for AGA machines by the well-known porter Jot D666. It's still in early development, but it's already got all levels playable, runs at 25 frames per second on AGA with 128 colours, full sound effects and music, and tries to stay as close to the arcade original. It also supports 3-button joysticks, the CD32 pads and keyboard. In its current state, the port looks promising and gets good feedback from people who've tried it, including myself, but the combat feels decent and it captures a lot of the arcade spirit. It is currently slowing down quite a lot when there's multiple enemies on screens, and it still has some glitches. It's clearly unfinished. And also the controls, especially with the CD32 pads, still needs a lot of work. But it's even in its current state, it's probably better than the original port back in the day. So if you're a fan of the original Double Dragon, this is exciting news because, as mentioned previously, the Amiga never really got a good official port back in the day. And I think this one has the potential to deliver the version Amiga gamer owners always wanted and deserved. Okay, then we come to the sequel, Double Dragon 2, The Revenge. This is done by Virgin Games in 1990. It really is a step up over the original, but not the rescue mission. Double Dragon 2 tightens things slightly. Hits feel a bit more responsive, enemies' varieties improve, and there's more to do moment to moment, which at least gives some forward momentum, which the first game lacked. But the core problems are still hanging around. Movement remains uneven, and scrolling isn't smooth enough to stay out of the way, and the presentations still feel stripped back and disappointing compared to the arcade original, especially as it's the Amiga, which could do it in its sleep. It never quite delivers that sense of impact the series relies on. It's also noticeably easier, not that's a bad thing, which takes some of the tensions out of the fights of the arcade. It's less survival, more going through the motions as a port. Co-ops helps, as always, playing two-player, turning something that's a bit drudgy into something you can enjoy in short bursts. Just don't expect too much. In short, it's better than the first, but still a long way from doing justice. Okay, then we come to Double Dragon 3, the Rosetta Stone. This lands on the Amiga in 1991 by storm, and like the arcade parent, it feels tired, and this version does nothing to revive it. Combat is flat, lacking the weight and rhythm carried earlier in the game. You punch, kick, repeat, and quickly realise there's little variation or surprise waiting on the further levels. It doesn't help also feeling sparse and uninspired, more like an obstacle to clear than a place to fight through. The port doesn't improve things. Scrolling is slow and uneven, visuals are stripped back, and the sound barely registers. Compared to the already criticised arcade version, this feels like a downgrade rather than a faithful port. There's still a bit of disposable run in two-player mode, but it fades fast. Better brawlers exist on the Amiga, and they're not going hard to find it. Tired design, weak conversion, and easy to skip. Okay, then we get Double Dribble. This is Konami, 1990, and is a solid arcade-style basketball game that captures a fast, exaggerated feel of the classic 80s sports style title. The oversized players and simple controls make for quick matches, and the momentum tournament mode adds for some longevity. The gameplay is responsive and the presentation is colourful, but it's, for the most part, gameplay-wise, pretty basic. It's not the most realistic or deep basketball game, but it is a decent port that still holds up reasonably well for casual game. Okay, then we have Downfall. This is a well-made modern platformer released in 2012 with puzzle elements that offer challenging and atmospheric gameplay. Collapsing environments create tension and level design is clever and rewarding. The OCS version is already impressive, while the AGA version brings even better improved visuals and smoother performance. Both are enjoyable though, even though the game can be quite tough in places. It's a strong homebrew title that shows what dedicated developers can still achieve on the Amiga. And that brings us on to Downhill Challenge 1989 by Microids and Brutoband. This is a decent skiing game that offers 4 different events: slalom, grand slalom, downhill and ski jump. The 3D perspective and variety and sense of speed are reasonable as well, implemented for the time. The controls are responsive enough and the game has a nice variety of challenges. Yes, the graphics are basic, the animation is stiff and the overall presentation feels dated, but it's still got something worth playing. It's enjoyable in short bursts and it was a popular inclusion in some Amiga startup packs in the early days, but it lacks the polish and excitement of the very best sports games on the planet. A solid but unremarkable entry in the early Amiga sports library. Okay, then we get the Public Domain Downhill Challenge 1990. This is a simple public domain skiing game that focuses purely on racing downhill as far as possible while avoiding obstacles. It's basic, it's both concept and execution. The controls are straightforward and the gameplay has a certain addictive charm, just giving you that one more go as you try to get further and further down the mountain. But it is a public domain game and incredibly basic. It's a kind of quick, no-frill games that was common on cover discs. It's fun for a few minutes, but not something you'd return to very often. A very modest but harmless little title. Okay, then we get Déjà, released in 1994. This is a very old idea. Push blocks around, don't trap yourself, and gives you just enough variety to stop it feeling like yet another Sokoban clone. You're guiding a squat little bulldozer through tight layouts, shifting blocks into one place, quietly trying not to create your own dead ends. Early on it feels almost trivial, then it starts asking awkward questions. Suddenly that obvious move has cut off half the level and you're staring at the screen wondering where it all went wrong. That's where it works best. The puzzles aren't flashy, but they're well judged. Each one nudges you into thinking a step or two further ahead without tipping straight into frustration. When you solve a tricky layout, it feels earned rather than lucky. Presentation is stripped back, but it has no distractions and it suits a puzzle game of this type perfectly. It knows what to focus on and what you're doing, not on how it's going to do it. It doesn't try to stretch itself or the Amiga into something bigger. And in many ways, it's better for it, I think. It's easy to dip back in for just one more go. A simple idea, sharpened to a new fine point. Okay, next we get Dr. Cube's Magic Lands, released in 1994. This is a colourful, pleasantly old-school platformer that feels like it could have come out in 1992, but arrived a couple of years too late. You play the rather eccentric Dr. Cube, exploring several different, beautiful drawn magical wells filled with floating platforms, bouncing enemies and secret areas. The game has smooth parallax scrolling, bright cartoonish graphics, and a cheerful atmosphere that's easy to like. Gameplay-wise, it's very straightforward, standard run, jump, collect stuff fare, but it's not particularly original platformer or groundbreaking or anything, but the difficulty is nicely balanced and gentle, and, it actually works in its favour. It's a kind of relaxing, pleasant platformer you can just pick up and enjoy without being frustrated. It's clearly a small-scale release, but it has bags of charm and enough polish to make it worth playing in your time. A nice little hidden gem from the mid-90s Amiga scene. Okay, then we get Dr. Dangerous Secrets of the Temple of Zoltan by Who Games in 2024. This is an excellent modern puzzle platformer that stands out as one of the best recent Amiga homebrew releases. You explore an ancient temple filled with traps, puzzles, and enemies as an adventurous scientist, Dr. Victor Dangerous, goes exploring. The level design is clever and varied, and control is tight, and the atmosphere is immersive. It's got such great graphics as well, and the sound is polished, and it just makes great use of the Amiga's capabilities. I love seeing original games like this. Now, as you'd expect, it's quite challenging in places, and you'll be scratching your head trying to work out how to get through some of the bits. But the difficulty always feels fair, and it's always rewarding you and, allowing you to progress, so you never feel overly frustrated. This is a high quality game, and it just shows how much life is still left in the Amiga scene. This is a real hidden gem, a must play for fans of thoughtful platformers, and I can't recommend it highly enough. Right, I suppose I better do it. Next we have Bram Stoker's Dracula by Psygnosis in 1994. Oh dear. Psygnosis, the king of glossy box art and style over substance, come again, lumbering us with this tie-in to the Gary Oldman flick, and it's about as terrifying as a wet flannel. You play as Jonathan Harker, wandering through 9 dreary stages, punching and kicking your way through every single coffin in Transylvanian dirt. That's the entire plan. Find coffin, kick it, repeat until the credits. Enemies are boring, the digitised sprites look awful, all looking like they've been nicked from the Mega CD and Sega CD port. The whole thing plays like a particularly unambitious beat-em-up that forgot to bring any fun whatsoever. Graphically, it's all murky browns and greys, and there's no parallax or technical wizardry to speak of. Also, sound is a disappointment, just boring music and limp samples and just nothing that adds to the spookiness or horror that you would need in a game like this. So repetitive, dull and boring. I just can't say any better than this, but including it because it's obviously a film tie-in and I'm trying to do them all on these videos. It's particularly annoying that Psygnosis was capable of so much more and showed that again and again both before and after. So God knows what they did here with this coffin dodging stuff. Okay, then we get Dragon Drop by Electric Black Sheep in 2020. This is a modern block puzzle game, clearly inspired by classics like Dr. Mario and Puyo Puyo. You drag and drop coloured blocks to create matches and clear the screen while managing the rising pile of blocks coming at you. The core gameplay is addictive and it's brilliantly executed with great controls and satisfying sort of feedback and how you play through the game. The standard version is already enjoyable, but the deluxe version is the one that I probably recommend and showing here. This adds extra modes, including time attack and survivor mode, more levels and quality of life improvements, really taking it a great game to something even better. Now, both versions are solid if you can't find the deluxe version, but it is noticeable improvement. So if you want more content and a charming and well-made homebrew title, that's the one that I would recommend.
Good move. No more moves.
And that brings us on to the next game, which is Draggy and Croco, done by Horn and released in 1995. This is a charming single-screen platformer where you control either Draggy, the dragon, or Croco, the crocodile. The goal is to collect letters in the order while avoiding enemies and hazards in a series of short, colourful levels. The gameplay here is simple but fun, with responsive controls and a nice variety of enemies. The 2-player mode adds extra replayability, while the graphics and sound are basic and doing nothing special, but it just has this cheerful, light-hearted feel that makes it so easy to enjoy. Sure, it's not the most deepest or most complex platformer here, but, you get to play a dragon and a crocodile. What more can you want? It delivers a solid, relaxing, arcade-style, fun game, even if it's just for short bursts. It's a pleasant little game that's well worth a look for fans of single-screen platformers. Okay, let's go on to the next one. This is the Dragnet Case, done by Taskmaster Software in 2023, another homebrew release. This doesn't just borrow the noir tone, it settles into it and stays there. You're Sam Boone, a tired private eye in a city that's clearly ran out of honest people years ago. From the opening moments, the game leans into that worn-down mood. Everything feels slightly off. Nobody tells you the full truth, and even routine conversations carry a bit of weight. The writing is where it earns its keep as a game. This isn't just gritty for the sake of it. There's a rhythm to the dialogue. It's so well written, and a sense that words have been shaped to sound right for the environment that you're in and not just be word filler. Descriptions are tight, often suggesting more than they spell out, and that keeps you reading instead of skimming through long reams of text. What helps, though, elevate this as a really good adventure is how the puzzles fit into that world. You're not solving abstract riddles, you're following leads, checking details, making connections when you hit a wall. It feels like if you've missed something, it's on you rather than the game playing tricks on you. It also knows when to stop as well. There's no padding, no unnecessary detour. It keeps you on the path that you need. It's just a focused case that builds, resolves, and leaves a bit of echo behind it. Overall, it's maybe some will say it's small in scope, but that's deliberate as far as I'm concerned. I think there's a real confidence here, and it's sharp writing, strong voice, and no wasted steps. Okay, then we get arcade game. It's Dragon Breed, released by Activision in 1990. This has one immediate advantage over most shooters. You're riding a giant dragon. There you go, recommendation enough. But this behaves exactly as well as you hope. Instead of just blasting forward, you're working around the creature itself. Its long body doubles as both a weapon and a shield, which adds a nice layer of positioning and strategy to the usual shooting style game. It turns what could have been a routine shooter into something a bit more original and thoughtful. The Amiga conversion of this arcade classic keeps the important bits intact. Scrolling is steady, colours look great, it does a great rendition of the arcade, and the action stays fun even when things start to crowd in. It's not flashy for the sake of it, just consistently solid. Enemy patterns are fair, bosses feel distinct, and difficulty ramps up in ways that nudge you to improve rather than just continually punish you outright. Sure, you could argue it's not revolutionary, but it has enough identity to stand out. In short, it's a familiar shooter structure, but aided by a genuinely smart central idea, and I love it. Okay, then we get Dragon Fighter by Idea Software in 1991. This is a solid horizontal shoot-'em-up with a fantasy theme. You pilot a dragon through various stages, blasting enemies and collecting power-ups. The gameplay is enjoyable, with decent graphics. The levels offer a good mix of enemy patterns and environments, so some sections can feel a bit repetitive. Sure, it's not quite as polished or memorable as the best shooters on the Amiga platform, but it delivers a reliable arcade-style action shooter that's fun for a while. I think it's, mid-tier, but it's a decent shooter and worth a look if you enjoy this type of game in the genre. Okay, let's come to another arcade game, and it is Dragon Spirit by Demoniak in 1989. This is a wonderful adaptation, a colourful vertical shoot-'em-up where you take control of a powerful dragon flying through fantasy landscapes. You battle waves of enemy, collect power-ups and face challenging bosses across 9 varied stages. And, the Amiga port is pretty faithful to the arcade original. It has quite good scrolling and, detailed graphics that really capture the arcade original. The dual shooting system, both forward and downwards, adds a nice layer of strategy to the game, and the power-ups in the game feel rewarding and pretty good. Overall, the game is fast-paced and addictive, though it can, like the original, become a little repetitive if you try and play your way through. But overall, sure, it's not the most technically impressive shooter on the Amiga, and I would love to have seen this done a few years later with a bit more bells and whistles, but it is an impressive shooter for the day, and it delivers a solid arcade version of the fun fantasy theme. The difficulty is well balanced, the bosses provide exciting climaxes to each stage, and overall this is a good, enjoyable shooter that is well worth playing for fans of the arcade and the genre in general. Okay, this brings us on to Dragon Strike. This is by SSI in Westwood. Studios, of course, went on to do Command & Conquer, and released in 1990. This is an ambitious 3D flight combat simulator set in the Dragonlance universe of Advanced Dungeons & Dragons. You take the control of various dragons and engage in aerial battles against evil forces during the War of the Lance. The concept is unique, and the sense of scale when flying a massive dragon is impressive, particularly for its time. The combat system has some interesting mechanics, and the fantasy atmosphere is really well captured here and strong. However, the 3D controls can feel a little clumsy. The graphics are basic even for its day, and it's slower paced and perhaps a little bit more frustrating than traditional shooters. But I think it's an interesting experiment. It's one that I've always wanted to see. Sure, it doesn't always hit the mark, but fans of Dragonlance lore or unusual flight sims may find enjoyment here. The missions offer decent variety, though the overall execution feels uneven. Overall, it's a flawed but memorable title for those who appreciate something different. And that brings us on to the next game, which is Dragon Tiles by Central Licenseware Register, CLR, and released in 1992. Dragon Tiles is a classic Mahjong-style tile removal puzzle game, but with a dragon theme. You match an identical tiles that have at least one free side, gradually clearing the board across multiple layouts. The gameplay is relaxing yet mentally engaging. I love the Mahjong games, and this is a really good one with a great selection of board designs, and the controls work, and whilst doing nothing special, the presentation makes it just great one to play. Sure, you could argue it's not the most original and there's plenty of other Mahjong games out there, but it delivers exactly what it sets out to do. So, for fans of this style of game, you can't go wrong here. It just plays well, and one that I would definitely recommend. It's a pleasant, solid entry in the Amiga puzzle library. Okay, then we get another Dragon game. It is Dragon Wars, this time by Interplay. Dragon Wars is a dark fantasy RPG with mature tones and strong storytelling. Set in the corrupted land of Dilmun, you create a party and navigate dangerous worlds filled with political intrigue, powerful magic and moral choices. The game features a robust magic system, interesting quests, and a surprisingly deep world for its time. The Amiga version benefits from better graphics and sound compared to some of the other ports that came out as well, so it's a great version to play. While today the interface can feel dated and the combat is somewhat basic, it's the writing and atmosphere that draws you through and makes it stand out as a great RPG. Overall, it's a thoughtful and atmospheric RPG that rewards exploration and careful decision making. It's a strong early Interplay title that still holds up today for fans of classic RPG. And that brings us on to the next game, Dragon Kingdom by Janaeus in 1990. This is a side-scrolling action platformer clearly inspired by Ghosts and Goblins and games of that ilk. You play a knight battling through fantasy levels filled with enemy traps, bosses, while trying to rescue the kingdom from evil forces. The gameplay is challenging and old school with precise controls and tough enemy patterns, and the levels here are well designed with a good mix of platforming and combat. Sure, The graphics do the job. It's an average game, I'm not going to lie, but I think it delivers, for me at least, a solid, nostalgic, arcade-style action game. And, fans of classic platformers, I think, will appreciate the straightforward approach. Sure, it's not doing anything special, but it's a decent, enjoyable title that I think captures the spirit of late 80s action games. Okay, this brings me to a big one. It's Dragon's Lair, done by Readysoft in 1989. There are games, and then there's Dragon's Lair, which is less a game and more a fully animated cartoon that occasionally asks you not to mess things up. And what a cartoon it is. Don Bluth's animation still looks gorgeous, even on the Amiga where it's been redrawn. It's got properly fluid, expressive characters and miles beyond what most Amiga titles dared attempt at the time. Watching Dirk the Daring bumble his way through death trap after death trap is a genuine treat even now, and you'll be sort of like slack-jawed at how the hell an Amiga and a floppy disks can recreate a full laserdisc of games. The catch, though, is essentially you're playing a very high-stakes game of do the exact right thing at the exact right time or instantly die. There's no nuance here. And, the deaths, while fun and often mildly embarrassing way, the frustration of each scene hinging on a precise joystick input until you've memorized them is frustrating. Expect to fail a lot. That trial and error approach, like its arcade parent, can be so frustrating. I'll be honest, I'm not a particular fan of the Dragon's Lair games, even on the arcade, even though I appreciate its place in history. I get frustrated. There's very little freedom like the arcade parent. There's no improvisation. And, it's just really remembering what to do when on the joystick. Still, judged on its own terms, and the fact that this is on an Amiga, it's an impressive and oddly compelling experience. It's got amazing graphics and animation, and it's great to see such a homebrew adaptation of gaming history, one that's traded depth for spectacle maybe, but it absolutely nailed the spectacle and the arcade port. Overall, it's stunning to look at, pretty rubbish to play, but impossible to ignore. And that brings us on to Dragon's Lair, Escape from Singe Castle, released by Readysoft in 1990. This is essentially the lost levels of the original Dragon's Lair. You see, such an ambitious port meant that lots of scenes didn't make the first Amiga release due to floppy disk space limitations. So this is all the other scenes that the arcade parent had that they weren't able to include in the first game. So consequently, it follows the exact same formula. Beautiful Don Bluth animation, precise QuickTime events, and plenty of instant deaths. The new scenes are just as visually impressive as the first game, and, some of them are genuinely creative and fun. The gameplay is the same, so if you didn't like the original, you won't like this, and the Amiga version is well put together, and whilst the original was quite frustrating with all the disc swapping, of course, in the modern world of playing it on WHD load or something like that, you get to play it without that frustration. Overall, I think it's a nice bonus for fans who want more the original charm and animation quality. Think of it as Dragon's Lair, the director's cut. The missing bits. In short, more of the same, but that's exactly what some people wanted. Okay, that brings us on to the sequel, Dragon's Lair II, Time Warp, also released in 1990. This is more Dirk, more danger, and because clearly things weren't confusing enough, more time travel. Dragon's Lair 2 sticks firmly to the original interactive cartoon formula, sending our hapless hero bouncing through different eras in a quest to rescue Princess Daphne again. Honestly, she could meet him halfway at this point. Fancy getting kidnapped all the time. Still, the result is a wonderful varied set of scenes, each packed with the same lush animation and over-the-top peril. And yes, it still looks fantastic. The animation remains the star of the show, and you'll still be amazed how the hell this is on an Amiga, on floppy disks no less. Overall, it's colourful, imaginative and bursting with personality, and easily one of the best looking things you'll ever load into your Amiga. Of course, graphics isn't everything, and again, gameplay hasn't changed much. It's all a bit disappointing. It's all about razor sharp timing, knowing what's coming next, learning the pattern, and, expect to be frustrated with lots of repeated deaths and abrupt demises. The occasional muttered complaint when Dirk once again leaps heroically to his doom. The Amiga version does a solid home port of keeping things intact that really do impress, and although again the inevitable disc swapping does its best to interrupt the flow, of course in modern games with WHD load you're able to bypass that. Overall, there's more than the original, more scenes, more variety, and a bit more room for creativity, but it's still very much a love it or tolerate experience, and personally I can't stand these games. But if you clicked with the first, if you love to see how the hell the Amiga was able to do such a close Laserdisc port on floppy disk, you'll be impressed with this, even if it won't change your mind. In short, it's bigger, prettier, but just as merciless.
You fool! You want Daphne? Go get her!
Now this is interesting. This is Dragon's Lair 3, The Curse of Mordred, released again by Ready Soft in 1992. And this sends Dirk the Daring on his most ambitious adventure yet. This time he's trying to stop the evil wizard Mordred from destroying entire universe. It's the biggest entry in the series with more scenes, more variety, and even some branching paths. The animation again remains the highlight, still rich, colourful and full of personality, and the new setting, including a trip to outer space, add welcome variety compared to the first two games. Unfortunately, it is a Dragon's Lair game, so it sticks to the same quick time event gameplay, which for me I particularly loathe. Expect then the usual trial and error frustration, though I will say this time there's a bit more freedom in some scenes, and the Amiga version does look great. Again, disc swapping is a minor annoyance and thankfully something we don't have to worry about these days, but overall it's the most ambitious of the three, and if you've enjoyed the series so far, this is probably the best one to play, particularly as most people didn't know that there was a Dragon's Lair third game. Just don't expect the gameplay to suddenly become deep or forgiving. It is what it is. In short, bigger, bolder, but still very much Dragon's Lair. Okay, that brings us on to Dragon Flight by Thylon in 1990. Before Thylon were busy dazzling everyone with technical showpieces, they quietly knocked out Dragon Flight, an early RPG that is a bit rough around the edges but packed with ambition and old-fashioned adventure. You start out as the usual underqualified hero, but things start to escalate as you roam a large, colourful world, recruiting dragons, as you do, and attempting to bring a bit of order to the chaos. The mix of real-time exploration and turn-based combat works nicely here, giving you space to wander and poke about before pulling you into more thoughtful scraps when trouble inevitably finds you. There's a real sense of progression here too, as your party and your airborne firepower steadily grows more formidable. It's not without its creaky bits, the interface can be a bit of a wrestle at times, and combat does start to repeat once you've seen all the tricks. But I think there's a real warmth to this game, and it carries you through. I've got fond memories of it, and it has that feeling of setting off across a world that actually wants to be explored. Technically, it's another polished Thylon effort with strong presentation and a distinct sense of speed and style that helps stand it out from the pack. In short, a bit scruffy, but brimming with charm and dragon-powered adventure. And that brings us on to another game with dragon in the title. It is Dragon's Breath by Palace Software in 1990. Now this is more like it, not just another fantasy strategy game, but something genuinely odd and interesting. Dragon's Breath casts you as one of 3 dragon lords, all vying to assemble a powerful talisman. How do you go about it? By breeding dragons, dabbling in alchemy, and sending your scaly offspring to conquer towns while you sit back and pretend it's all perfectly normal behaviour and you had nothing to do with the honest scuff. The core loot is surprisingly addictive. There's something deeply satisfying about nurturing your dragons from weedy little flame puffers into terrifying flying engines of destruction, then unleashing them across the map. It's part strategy, part management sim, with just a hint of RPG progression stirred into the mix. Sure, it takes a while to get your head around it and get going and, getting exciting as a game, but stick with it. Ignore the early part of the game where it feels all very sluggish and a bit boring and the systems are being a bit difficult to understand what the hell you're doing. But once it clicks with you, once you've given it that effort, this game offers real proper depth and plenty of just one more turn appeal. Presentation here is top notch, with evocative visuals, strong sound, and a thick layer of fantasy atmosphere holding it all together. This isn't your standard sword and sorcery affair, and that's very much the point. I think it's a strange, strategic, and quietly absorbing game, and one that doesn't get talked about today. Okay, we have another dragon game, and this is Dragons of Flame, also done by SSI in 1989. After the slightly awkward experiments of Heroes of the Lance, Dragons of Flame feels like SSI settling into something a bit more comfortable, namely a straightforward side-scrolling trek through a hostile fantasy world. You guide your band of adventurers through monster pack stages, dealing with ambushes, traps, and the occasional puzzle, while trying not to get boxed in by yet another wave of enemies. The Dragon Lance setting lends it to some welcome personality and backstory, giving the whole thing a proper narrative backdrop rather than just endless sword swinging. There's a real mix of real-time combat and light role-playing elements here as well, and whilst it never quite deepens into anything particularly strategic, the animation and attacks can feel tough, rigid as well when things get crowded. But despite that, I think it does have a decent sense of progression, and there's nice varied moments to break things up. And, it's got that forward momentum to keep you hacking away until the next section. Sure, it's pretty average, I guess. It's not a standout, but it's perfectly serviceable and does the job. For fans of the Dragonlance setting, this will get, of course, a lot more out of it than if you're not into Dungeons & Dragons. But overall, I think this is a capable fantasy outing that, whilst doesn't blow you away, it doesn't overreach either. And this brings us on to another game with dragon in the title. It is Dragonscape by Wicked Software in 1989. If Dragons of the Flame is about pacing yourself, Dragonscape is about letting loose and setting fire to everything in damn sight. This is a multi-directional shooter with a simple mission: fly, blast, collect and survive. You weave your dragon through busy, brightly coloured levels, scooping up power-ups, steadily transforming into something more dangerous than when you started. It moves at a great rate as well. There's a satisfying sense of building up your abilities as you improve. Early on, you're picking away through enemies. Later, you're carving straight through them with considerably more confidence. The bosses here help mix things up as well, adding short bursts of pressure to keep you on your toes. Okay, it's not particularly groundbreaking. It doesn't push the Amiga hardware in any dramatic way, but I think it doesn't need to. You're on a dragon, for Christ's sake. Everything functions and controls and responds as you expect. It's got great pacing, and the challenging level is pitched pretty well, I think, so it stops it from becoming into a mindless slog. More importantly, it knows exactly what it is and it sticks to it. There's no gimmicks, no unnecessary complications, just solid, satisfying arcade action with a dragon twist. In short, straightforward, maybe average, but I think it's great and a wonderful game to get stuck into. Okay, another game with dragon in the title, but this one's a goodie. It is Core Design's Dragonstone, released in 1994. Dragonstone drops you into a curse island with little more than your sword and a vague sense that everything wants you killed. What follows is a quietly absorbing mix of exploration, light combat, and puzzle solving that leans heavily on atmosphere rather than brute force. And it works. The world feels rich and inviting, helped no end by the fantastic visuals that are frankly astonishing for a stock Amiga title. Detailed scenery, bold colours and smooth animation throughout. It's the sort of game that makes you stop for a second just to take in the visuals. Play-wise as well, it's pretty good with a comfortable balance. There's enough action to keep things great and fun, but the real pull is the exploring, unlocking new abilities and gradually pushing into previously unreachable areas. Progress here feels earned rather than handed out. Also of note, the CD version does exist, although this doesn't really change anything, but it does give you CD quality audio, which makes a noticeable difference. So in many ways, this is probably the one I would recommend today. And the soundtrack as well adds weight and mood to the whole experience and, just gives it even more polished feel. Sure, there's no surprises here. You could say this is Core running on fumes, but overall, I think it's a well-designed, confident adventure that knows exactly what it's trying to do, being atmospheric, attractive, and easy to get drawn into. Okay, then we get Draken by Infogrames in 1989. Draken doesn't just dip a toe into 3D role-playing. It more or less throws itself headfirst and hopes for the best. For its time, this was incredible, bold, and even now there's something impressive about what it's trying to do. You lead a party across 4 sprawling 3D landscapes filled with strange encounters, looming ruins and feuding dragons who all seem to have plans that don't involve your long-term survival. The sense of scale is undeniable, and the world has a peculiar, slightly unsettling atmosphere that sticks with you. Exploration happens in real time, which is quite a novelty back then and even today, and gives you a game of feeling exactly being there rather than just moving between menus. Combat leans more towards planning as well than reflexes, adding a bit of tactical weight to the journey. Sure, unfortunately, ambition does come at a cost here, and movement is sluggish, and the interface takes some time getting used to, and the progress can sometimes feel like wading through treacle at times. Pausing in the game as it loads constantly also frustrate, but there's no denying the game's importance. For all its rough edges, it's a genuine early attempt at something much bigger than most RPGs of its era. Sure, it's awkward, but it's ambitious, and I think oddly absorbing even today. Okay, then we come to Dreadnoughts by Turken Research Systems 1992. While most games are happy to give you a vague idea of naval combat and let you get on with it, Dreadnoughts takes one look at the idea and replaces it with a clipboard full of historical detail. This is a World War I naval simulation through and through. You're commanding fleets of massive battleships, dealing with positioning, gunnery, and tactics in a way that clearly aims for accuracy over accessibility. Ship stats, combat details, combat mechanics, and engagement outcomes all feel carefully considered here with so much research. So for those with interest of the era or love the Turken research games, there's a lot to appreciate here though, through methodical and clearly built by people who clearly care deeply about the subject. The downside, of course, is it demands the same level of commitment from you in return. The pace is slow and unhurried, to say the least, and getting to grips with everything takes time and patience. Sure, the interface does its job and tries to make it as easy as possible, but it's hardly welcoming, and newcomers will find themselves adrift before they've even fired a shot. Still, if you like these sort of games, stick with it. There's a rewarding simulation underneath, just one that isn't in any hurry to impress you. In short, it's a detailed, deliberate, and strictly for the dedicated. Okay, then we have The Dream of Rohan, released in 2017 by Armaton Games. Proof, if anyone needed, that the Amiga isn't done yet. The Dream of Rohan looks like something that slipped through a crack in time from the mid-90s, only far more refined than most games from that era ever managed. You guide a young hero through bright, carefully put together world full of hazards, hidden routes, and neatly judged platforming challenges. Everything feels great here. Jumps, land, and movement responds exactly as you hope, and the difficulty rarely tips into unfair territory. Sure, visually it's a standout, detailed pixel art, fluid animation, and rock-solid 50 frames per second scrolling give the whole thing a polished, confident feel. It's not just showing off, it's consistent as well from start to finish. They stick the landing all the way through this game. I think there's a real warmth that's hard to fake in this game, and the fairy tale tone, the music, and the small visual touches all add to it. It all fits together into something that's clearly had a lot of love and care put into it. And, you know, for modern homebrew, sometimes can be hit and miss. This isn't. This is definitely worth your time. In short, it's carefully made, visually striking, and thoroughly enjoyable. Okay, that brings us on to Dream Zone by Baudeville in 1988. Dream Zone goes in a completely different direction. Less about reflexes, more about wandering through someone else's strange subconscious and trying to make sense of it. You explore a series of surreal environments using a mix of text input and simple first-person visuals, with each area feeling like it's being pulled from a very odd dream. It's an imaginative, occasionally unsettling, and clearly aiming for something more abstract than your average adventure game of its time. The ambition is where it both shines and struggles, however. The ideas are interesting, but interacting with them can be awkward, and the interface and parser shows its age, with the puzzles not always giving you much to work with, which leads to a fair bit of guesswork. Still, presentation is decent for the day and period, and the atmosphere does come through. But be warned, playing it does require patience and sometimes more persistence than enjoyment. Still, I think it's an interesting game. I had to mention it, and it's, I think, a snapshot of early experimentation and what makes the Amiga such an interesting place to be. In short, inventive, unusual, but not especially friendly. Okay, and then we get Dreamstream. Built in Amos and proud of it. Dreamstream is a grid-based shooter that keeps things simple and gets on with the job. You move through maze-like levels, clearing out enemies, dodging hazards, and heading for the exit before things get too crowded. Doesn't try to complicate matters. The focus here is just on fun, quick reactions, and a steadily increasing pressure as layouts become more involved. Controls are pretty tight for an Amos game, and it helps a lot in a game like this. The visuals may be basic, you can tell it's homebrew roots, but it's enjoyable, unmistakable, homemade charm that carries it through and carries it above a lot more than most Amos projects of the day. Sure, it's not aiming for grandeur, and it doesn't need to. This is ideal for short bursts and those looking for really obscure Amiga curiosities. It's the sort of thing you load up, play for 10 minutes, and then immediately have another go a little bit later. Modest, reliable, and quietly addictive. Okay, this is a big one. This is Dreamweb by Creative Reality in 1994. Dreamweb is what happens when an adventure game decides to stop being polite. You play Ryan, a man plagued with violent visions and drawn into a grim, dystopian world that doesn't pull many punches. The tone is harsh, the themes are heavy, and the writing goes further than most games of the time are willing to. The top-down viewpoint gives a distinctive feel to the adventure game, and the electronic soundtrack does a lot of the heavy lifting to immerse you in the atmosphere, with being cold and mechanical and always slightly uneasy feeling as you play through. The game captures that feeling of oppressive in such amazing way. There are 2 versions, and I would say the AGA version is the one to play. It sharpens up things noticeably, gives more colours to the environments, extra depth, and enhances the audio, gives everything really, and lands with a bit more weight. But it is the same game underneath, so it doesn't really matter which version that you have. It's just presented with a bit more colour and greater confidence. It's not an easy game to work your way through. Some of the design choices and UI interfaces can feel unforgiving here, but I've always been drawn to the subject matter, and whilst this won't be to everyone's taste, I think it's a wonderful game. But it'd be churlish not to say that it's hard to ignore what you're trying to do, and it's a steep learning curve. But in short, it's bleak, bold, and unusually uncompromising. Okay, then we get Drelbs by Simon Chin in 1995. This is one of those odd little games that doesn't look like much at first glance, but then it gets its hooks into you. The idea is simple: rotate doors on a grid, complete squares, and box in anything wandering about. It's easy to grasp within seconds, like any good arcade-style game, but once the layout becomes more involved, it turns into a proper thinking game with a steady rhythm of planning and reacting. There's a slightly surreal edge to it as well. The presentation isn't flashy, but it has its own offbeat identity that helps it stand apart from more traditional puzzlers. The Amiga version as well keeps everything great and does exactly what it needs to do. Sure, it's not particularly slick by modern standards, and it doesn't go out of its way to impress. It does sort of stick with its homebrew roots, but the core idea carries it, and I think it's a solid core idea. And you'll finish this one, I think, and attempt to redo it immediately. It has that kind of addictive quality to it, which I love. Overall, it's unusual, clever, and quietly habit forming. Okay, this is a big one. This is Driller by Incentive and released in 1987. Driller doesn't just ease you in, it drops you into an alien world, hands you a set of tools, and just expects you to work it out yourself. Of course, it's built on the Freescape engine, and it was one of the earliest attempts of a fully explorable 3D environment. And that sense of scale still stands out today. The world feels vast, open, and slightly oppressive, with structures scattered across the landscape waiting to be investigated. Your task, locating gas pockets and deploying drilling rigs. It all sounds straightforward, but the path to doing so involves observation, positioning, and a fair bit of head-scratching. It's less about action and more about figuring out how everything fits together. That ambition does come with trade-offs. Movement is slow and sluggish, turnings can feel awkward, and progress rarely happens quickly. There's a deliberate, slow pace to everything, which won't suit everybody. Even so, it's hard not to respect what this achieves and its place in gaming history. Particularly, of course, it's nice to see the 16-bit variant of the 8-bit classic. Most people will remember it from the 8-bit days. For its time, this was a huge step forward, a glimpse of where games could go rather than where they were. In short, it's slow-moving, but it's ambitious and certainly gaming-wise historically significant. Okay, I adore this one. It is Drip by Art Skiles and released in 1989. This takes the very familiar idea and flips it on its head. Instead of neatly filling in lines, you're busy corroding them, guiding a small, determined blob of water, a drip no less, round a network of pipes until each section collapses into the completed stage. It's a simple painter arcade game hook, but it's a good one. Early levels ease you in and then gradually start to demand more and more thought as enemies appear and routes become trickier to manage. There's just such a nice rhythm to the game, and I just find it such a awesome with sound effects and beautiful graphics. It just does the job so well. There's also a slightly eccentric feel to it all. I just think it's distinctive enough and it really adds some character that it just keeps drawing me back to. I mean, I've loved it since it was on, I think it was Assassin Disc 1, and I fell in love with it then and never looked back. Sure, it is short as you play through and it doesn't try to be bigger or cleverer than it is. It's just a neat idea, polished and handled well, that's easy to return to. In short, a simple idea handled with care, and it definitely Moorish. Okay, this brings us on to Drive-In Force by Digital Magic in 1990. Drive-In Force wastes no time in realism. It's all about speed, colour, and getting around the track as quickly as possible. Viewed from behind the vehicle, it sends you tearing across the selection of tracks in everything from lightweight buggies to faster, more demanding machines. The sensation of movement is convincing, helped by smooth scrolling and layouts that encourage you to keep pushing your way forward. The controls feel great here, which is exactly what you want. The courses offer enough variety as well to stop things blending in together, and there's a steady challenge in just shaving off a little bit more of your run times to keep you ahead of the rivals. Sure, it clearly takes inspiration from your Lotus games and arcade titles of the era that influence it. That's no bad thing. There's no attempt to simulation here, which is great. It's all pure arcade joy and immediacy and enjoyment rather than authenticity. So not particularly deep, but if you love your arcade racers like me, I think there's a lot to love here. It's certainly not top tier, but it's an amazing game and one that many will have passed them by. I think it's a wonderful, entertaining title, worthy of your time. Okay, this brings on to Droll by Broderbund in 1991. This is a gloriously peculiar game. You play a hovering robot zipping through warped, dreamlike world, rescuing children while everything around you feels just slightly off. The levels are packed with oddball enemies, hazards and layouts that feel like they were designed after too much late-night TV. Movement is great and responsive, and it's just as well because things get pretty hectic and you need to be waggling that joystick and controlling your robot pretty sharpish. What really carries this game though for me is the personality. It's got great visuals, strange designs and a constant sense of anything could happen, giving it a distinctive identity and one that's well worthy of your time. It doesn't look or feel like much else, and I think that's a great thing. It's not especially long as a game, and you'll be pootling your way through it, but I think it's a great game to revisit today, and it has enough variety and unpredictability to keep it interesting. Odd, lively, and hard not to like. Okay, next we have Drop Zone. This gets straight to the point, moving fast, shoot everything, and try not to let the humanoids get carried off in this Defender clone, but with enough variety and its own ideas to stand out. Yeah, sure, clearly inspired by Defender, but it delivers that same left to right hair trigger style of play, but it has its own polish, and movement is incredibly sharp. Enemy waves ramp up steadily. Before long, you're juggling threats in every direction. There's a real amazing sense of speed here, and you're rarely standing still for a second, and the game constantly pushes you and reacts faster to stay alert. When it clicks, it feels completely under control of you, and when it doesn't, you'll know about it as you burst into flames. It's demanding, no question, but that's part of the appeal. It improves run by run, and as you really feel it's your fault and up to you to improve rather than failings in the game. In short, it's demanding, focused, and hugely rewarding once it clicks. Okay, then we get Druid II Enlightenment, done by Firebird in 1988. This is one of those early action RPGs that doesn't shout for attention but quietly turns out to be far more engaging than expected. You take control of Hazranax the Druid, no relation to anyone you've met before presumably, exploring a hostile fantasy landscape filled with enemies, secrets, and the occasional puzzle that slows your progress just enough to make you think. It's a steady mix of real-time combat, spellcasting, and exploration. What stands out is how naturally it all fits together. Movement feels smooth, spells are simple but effective, and there's a clear sense of getting stronger as you push further out into the world. It doesn't overwhelm you with its systems, which work in its favour. There's also a certain atmosphere to it, helped along by solid visuals and a moody soundtrack that gives the whole experience a bit more presence than many similar titles from the time. One of the things that is worth noting that this was really the first Bullfrog game where Peter Molyneux and his team was asked to do a conversion. So it's the first game that they did converting this to the Amiga. And of course, Bullfrog and Peter Molyneux went on to do so many amazing games like Populous and things like that. So it's important for that alone. In short, it's a straightforward but well put together, great port and quietly influential. Okay, then we get Duck Dodgers in 1995. This keeps things simple and gets it right. A single-screen platformer starring Daffy in full Space Hero mode? No, it's a little duck, and it's all about quick reactions and keeping out of trouble while dealing with whatever life and the levels throw at you. Each stage is compact but busy, filled with enemies and hazards that demand your attention rather than blind rushing. The controls hold up nicely, which makes a big difference when things get crowded. What really carries the tone is it's a great little platformer with great visuals, playful design, and just enough humour woven into it to keep it from being and feeling generic. It doesn't last long, but it's not trying to break new ground and doesn't waste your time either. Dip in, have a few runs, feel satisfied. Light, lively, and pleasantly straightforward homebrew platformer. And that brings us on to Duck Hunt 2024, a great update of the NES classic and handled with care. The Amiga take of Duck Hunt sticks closely to the original. Ducks fly, you aim, you shoot with your mouse and hope your timing holds up. Switching the light gun for the mouse works better than you might expect. Movement is precise, shots feel responsive, and there's a satisfying rhythm to lining things up and hitting your targets cleanly. Presentation keeps things great, and it basically is a solid port. Sure, it's not trying to reinvent anything, it's just a straight port of that NES classic. And you could argue that maybe it's a bit too easy with the mouse. But, I'm glad this exists because it's so difficult to play Duck Hunt, unless you have like a traditional TV. So it's nice to be able to sort of play these today. In short, it's familiar, well executed, and easy to return to. And that brings us on to Darkspyre, released in 2022. This takes the familiar platforming setup and gives you enough personality to stand on its own. You play as Aura, a delivery duck navigating a strangely hostile world, jumping gaps, dealing with enemies, and using a few clever tricks, including laying eggs as platforms to keep moving forward. Movement feels great and works so well, being vital in a game like this where it's all about careful positioning and timing, and levels are thoughtfully arranged and gradually introducing new ideas and puzzles without overloading you. There's a real sense of steady progression as you unlock more ways to approach each area. Visually, it looks gorgeous as well, and whilst it's maybe not flashy, the pixel art is great and captures the overall experience. I think it's got amazing presentation. It doesn't outstay its welcome, and everything wraps up neatly before it gets a bit boring, leaving you with a great impression of the game, and one that will encourage you to go back and play it again. Overall, this is a well-judged homebrew effort with inventive ideas and good level design, and consistently enjoyable. Okay, next we have DuckTales, The Quest for Gold by Titus 1990. Yes, before we start, this is not the excellent Capcom platformer that you're probably thinking of, the one that's on the NES. This is the very different and, let's be honest, inferior game. Instead of this pure side-scrolling platformer, this is more of a mini-game compilation with light management elements. You control Scrooge as he tries to become the richest duck in the world by travelling the globe, completing different challenges, mountain climbing with the nephews, jungle exploration, cave splunking, and wildlife photography, and plane flying sections where you dodge obstacles. The game does have a certain charm thanks to its Disney licenses, and has voice samples and great colourful graphics that captures the cartoon. However, the mini games are quite repetitive and basic, and the controls feel stiff, especially the mountain climbing. And the whole thing lacks the magic and polish of other versions of this game. Of course, the Capcom NES being the absolute classic. But it's a decent enough time waster for a Sunday afternoon, but it can't hold a candle to other versions of the game, and, well, really is only here because it's a licensed title. Okay, the next one is Jewel by Electric Black Sheep, released in 2024. This is a fun, no-nonsense remake of those old-school cowboy shootout games, like Gunfight. You and your opponent, or a friend, locally or the computer, stand on opposite sides of the screen, and you can move up and down, throw grenades, use a shield for protection, and aim with the mouse to shoot. It's a simple concept, simple, fast, and surprisingly entertaining. Really feels like a sequel to Gunfight. Especially in two-player mode, hot seat mode, where you can blast each other into pieces, it really comes into its own. The full version comes with 29 different characters, and there's loads of little references to fun movies and things like Robocop, Lara Croft, Tron, etc. And there's 12 backgrounds for you to enjoy. The graphics are beautifully drawn, and it's colourful, has digitised sound effects as well, making this a real upscale to that gunfight classic. Of course, it's not deep, it's not a long game, but it does exactly what it sets out to be. Quick, silly, and enjoyable two-player game with plenty of charm for that classic public domain energy.
Sap and fire, beams of light, but the farmer stands tall, he's ready to fight. No fancy gadgets, just grit and will. Out in the barn, it's a battle of skill. 1 million.
Okay, this brings us on to Dogg, released in 1988. This doesn't try to hide what it inspired it. It's clearly built on Dig Dug. Thankfully, it understands why that formula works and sticks basically to a straight clone of it. You dig through underground tunnels, corner enemies and deal with them before they get the upper hand, and it's a simple, direct and easy to get into within seconds. Later stages start to tighten things up, asking a bit more awareness and better positioning of your hero. And, you know, it's basic, but the presentation helps here. It's got good sprite design and has that slightly cartoonish feel of the original, which adds to the appeal without overcomplicating things. Controls are great and it does what it needs to do. Sure, it doesn't push beyond its roots in any major way, but it's handled with enough care to avoid feeling lazy. I personally think it's a great Dig Dug clone. Familiar ground, but done for the most part properly. Okay, this is a huge one, this one I adore. It is Dune by Cryo, released in 1992. Dune shouldn't really work, an adventure strategy resource management game, heavily inspired of course by the book and the visuals of the 1984 David Lynch film adaptation. It does it all though, the adventure strategy resource management, you're like, pick one surely, but it somehow blends it all together and somehow keeps it from collapsing under its own weight. You drift across Arrakis as Paul Atreides, talking to the Fremen, harvesting spice and slowly building influence while everything ticks along at its own pace. There's no rush here. It expects you to learn how the world works rather than react to it. What carries it is its atmosphere. The desert feels empty. The stakes feel distant and constant, and there's a quiet tension to every decision, elevated by the fantastic, and it is absolutely fantastic, musical soundtrack to the game. It's one of the few adaptations that actually captures the tone rather than just the surface details of the book or film. You could argue it can drag, and it doesn't always explain itself particularly well, but given time it settles into something absorbing and engaging, unconventional, patient, and more cohesive than it has any right to be. I think this is a great one to play. I will note though, the Sega CD or Mega CD version of this game elevates it with a CD soundtrack and also voice talent as well. So, you know, if you love this game as I do on the Amiga, that's a great elevated version to play. And this brings us on to the sequel, done by Westwood Studios, and is Dune 2, The Battle for Arrakis. Dune 2 doesn't just work, it quietly rewrites the rulebook, and of course, this was the blueprint that became Command & Conquer, also done by Westwood, and all subsequent real-time strategy games. It has you land on Arrakis with almost nothing and build upwards, harvest spice, expand your base, produce units and push against whatever is in your way. It sounds straightforward, but the way everything connects is what makes it stick. Resources drive growth, growth fuels conflict, and every mission builds on what you've already learned. There's a constant sense of momentum here. One base becomes two, one skirmish turns into a full control of the map, and before long you're juggling production, defense, and attacks all at once, and you look out the window and realise it's daytime and you've got to go back to school. The interface is dated, no question, today. I mean, they did hone it, improve it with later versions, of course, being the Command & Conquer series. So going back to it does take a lot to get used to, but once it clicks, it largely stays out of your way and keeps you going through to the end. It's a great important game that really pushed boundaries and created really its own genre. It's foundational, absorbing, and hard to put down, and I can't recommend it enough.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Then we have Dungeon Master. Dungeon Master doesn't raise the bar, it quietly builds the whole thing. Dropped into its dungeon with little explanation, you're expected to learn by doing. Movement is real-time combat, it's immediate, and survival comes down to awareness rather than brute force. Positioning, timing, and knowing when to act all matter. What stands out is how naturally everything feels in this dungeon crawler. Inventory isn't just a menu, magic has to be learned, and every small decision feeds into the next. It's constantly asking you to pay attention. It was just groundbreaking at the time. It felt like being able to enter RPGs for the first time. Atmosphere really does stand out here with limited visibility as you work your way through the dungeons, subtle sound cues, and the steady push into unknown dungeon territory that gives it a real persistent tension. Sure, it can be harsh at first and sometimes it's difficult to go back to, but this remains for me one of the best dungeon crawlers and the first that's ever been, and one that I highly recommend you spend some time with. Tight, immersive, and so influential to gaming history, and one I heartily recommend. This brings us on to Dungeon Master II, The Legend of Skull Keep, done by FTL in 1993. This is not just a sequel to the original, it expands it. The dungeon opens up into a broader world with varied environments, replacing the tight corridors of the first game. There's more to see, more to fight, and more ways to approach things without losing that core loop of cautious movement and real-time combat that made the original so great. Everything, though, here feels larger and also a bit looser. Encounters are still tense, spells still matter, but the pacing isn't quite as razor-sharp as the original. You've got more space and occasionally a little bit less focus. Visually, though, it's clearly ahead of the curve. Enemies have more presence, environments more detail, and the whole thing feels weightier than its predecessor. It just coming out years later, it doesn't hit as hard as the original, mostly because this surprise has gone and there was so many other variants at this time. But it stands comfortably alongside the original, and if you love the original, you'll love this, with it being bigger, richer, and maybe slightly less intense than the original, but still very solid. Now, this isn't really a game as such, but I had to include it because as Dungeon Master games getting more interesting, it's getting a resurgence with games like, with TV shows like Stranger Things. And this is the Dungeon Master Assistant, Volume 2, Characters and Treasures. They did do a series of these. And this is not quite a game, but more part of an ecosystem. Dungeon Master Assistant is designed for people running AD&D sessions, giving you quick ways to generate characters, monsters, and treasures without burying yourself in rule books. In that role, it's genuinely useful, and that's why I wanted to flag it out today. It gives you detail clearly laid out and saves a considerable amount of manual effort. The interface is plain but practical, and if you're here to get results, just not admire the visuals, this is the one for you. Sure, there's nothing to play, it's not a game, really, I shouldn't have included it, but I just think it's such a useful tool that if you're doing Dungeons & Dragons, this is a great way to help a games master access lots of info. And it's a nice reminder, I think, that the Amiga was used beyond games, helping shape tabletop sessions rather than just simulating them. It's a niche, functional, and genuinely handy for the right audience. Okay, then let's get to Dungeon Quest. Dungeon Quest doesn't pretend to be anything it isn't. This is old school adventuring in its purest form. Text parser, static illustrations, and slow descent into somewhere you probably shouldn't be going in the first place. The writing does most of the work, and to its credit, it holds up. There's an underlying unease to the whole thing. Not outright horror, but enough suggestion and creepiness to keep you slightly on edge as you poke at doors you shouldn't probably open. The graphics are used sparingly, but are well chosen, giving you just enough to latch onto without spelling everything out. Puzzles play fair mostly, and whilst there is frustrating puzzles thrown in there giving a bit of unevenness, it does give some good deduction here, and another moment where you're being perhaps fighting with the parser and hoping it understands what you mean. But I think it looked past it and its foibles. This came out in 89, and whilst it's perhaps hasn't aged fine with time, it's a interesting adventure game and well worthy of your efforts and going back to it today. Atmospheric, occasionally awkward, but with just enough bite to leave an impression. This is an amazing one. It is Dungeonette, the new adventure by Mutation Software in 2024. This knows exactly what it wants to be. Wonderful modern take on the classic dungeon crawling gauntlet adventure, but without unnecessary fluff getting in the way. You head underground, fight, grab anything that's not nailed down and push deeper. Combat is quick, addictive and responsive, and it just plays so addictively well. It never bogs itself down and doesn't need to. It's just a great, visually striking arcade-style game with nice balance and enough to feel enjoyable on all modern hardware and keeping the experience focused rather than fiddly. What stands out is how well it all fits together. It just has such great balance and so much enjoyment. Sure, it doesn't redefine the genre, but this is a awesome arcade gauntlet style shooter and well worthy of your time. Confident, well judged and easy to get absorbed into. And this brings us on to Dungeons of Avalon by Zeret in 1991. This has that unmistakable cover disc homebrew energy. Slightly rough, no frills, but quietly more capable than you expect. It's a straight first-person crawler. Assemble a party, move tile by tile through claustrophobic corridors and deal with whatever's lurking around the next corner. Combat is turn-based, encounters are frequent, and the dungeons themselves are clearly thought out rather than thrown together. Atmosphere does a lot of work here. The visuals are plain, even for the time, but there's a sense of being underground, boxed in, and never quite safe, which it captures so well, which you need in a dungeon crawler game like this. Sure, there's a bit of a grind here, and as I say, it's for a homebrew game, the core loop holds up. That's the central theme as you explore, improve, and push a little bit further. In short, rough-edged, but more than capable than it first appears. And that brings us on to the sequel, Dungeons of Avalon II, The Island of Darkness, released in 1992. The sequel wastes no time making improvements. Island of Darkness feels bigger, clearer, and generally more confident than the groundwork has been done of the original, and takes it further and improves in almost every way. The move away from purely underground corridors helps. There's more variety in the environments and the world feels less boxed in as a result. It still plays the same at heart, and careful exploration, steady combat and gradual progress keeps you engaged throughout. But there's more to it, and it's better put together in the sequel here, with visually being a step up as well. Sure, it's nothing extravagant, it's not going to go up against the professional efforts, but this is great little dungeon crawler, I think. It still has homebrew charm, and yes, it has its rough patches. But, it's a step up of the original, and if you love that, you'll like this. It's a clear step forward without losing the core gameplay. Okay, then we get an interesting, obscure little title with Dungeons, Amethysts, Alchemists, and Everything, released in 1991. Some games take fantasy seriously, this one absolutely refuses. From the moment it starts and you read the title, it's poking fun at every dragon, wizard, and ancient quest cliche it can get its hands on. The writing is packed with groan-inducing puns, daft descriptions, and the sort of jokes that make you sigh and then smirk anyway. The important bit is it commits fully. There's no slipping back into a straight-faced adventuring, and that makes it so refreshing and fun. Everything is slightly bent out of shape for comedic effect, and it gives the whole thing a scruffy, likeable identity. Sure, puzzles won't keep you up all night, and the parser is a little bit frustrating, but you don't really want that sometimes. You want something simple enough to nudge you forward without killing the pace, which suits the tone of this comedic effort. This isn't about providing brilliance, it's about enjoying the ride while the game quietly mocks you for getting things wrong. Sure, the visuals are basic, but they do the job, and it's enough to break up the text and reinforce the slightly daft tone. It's a short adventure, which is probably wise. The joke, stretches too thin and the joke would wear thin. But as it stands, it delivers its gags, leaves you before you get tired of it, and makes you want to play it again. Knowingly daft and much better for it. Okay, then I'm going to mention this. This is Ducks, which was hidden on Lotus Turbo Challenge 2, but also was given on CU Amiga, one of the cover discs where they gave many of the hidden gems. Right, I want you to imagine loading up Lotus 2, thinking about lap times and racing, and then suddenly you're shooting ducks instead. And of course, the Carnival Sega game of which it's based. Welcome to Ducks. Unlocked via a cheeky password, this hidden extra swaps high-speed driving for fast-reacting shooting gallery. Targets pop up, you take aim, and you try not to waste your limited shots like a complete numpty. There isn't much to it on paper, but it clicks immediately. The controls are tight, and it's a great version of that Sega Carnival classic. More than anything, it feels like the developers are having a quiet laugh. It was just a little extra thrown in an amazing game, and who can begrudge it for that? It's not trying to be essential, therefore. It's not trying to show off. It's just there. A little bonus for fun, curious players who want to stumble across it. And that's exactly why it works. You'll find it, be amazed. Before you know it, you're just having one more go. It was my first introduction to Carnival as well on the Sega Arcade Classic. So for me, this was my first experience of this classic arcade title. It's a little hidden extra with more staying power and more enjoyment than you would naturally expect. Okay, then we get Dylan Dogg series 1 to 17. 17 episodes, all built around the horror comic license that most players outside Italy barely knew, which already makes this series a bit of an oddity. You play Dylan Dogg, nightmare investigator, drifting from one case to the next through a steady stream of ghosts, murder, and general unpleasantness. The tone is darker than most adventure games of the time and leans into it consistently. Gameplay is a mixture of point-and-click adventuring with the occasional action element thrown in. It's not particularly smooth, and it's difficult to play being all in Italian, so you do need to use Google Translate or be multilingual here, but some episodes feel tight and others feel engaging, but many stumble with awkward pacing and unclear puzzles. Quality, therefore, varies throughout the series, but you can definitely tell these were produced on a schedule. But, it's an interesting oddity, and I wanted to shout it out here. When all said and done, it does work well. It captures the atmosphere, the real draw being moody visuals, somber sound, and stories that weren't afraid to go down slightly grim paths. Taken as a whole, it's an uneven series, but it's also a distinctive one. There's nothing else like it on the Amiga, which counts for a lot. Sure, is inconsistent, but it's atmospheric and oddly compelling across the long run. Okay, then you get Dogg, the Murderers. The Murderers waste no time in unpleasantness. Bodies pile up, motives are murky, and you're left picking through the mess with Dogg doing his usual weary detective routine. It's one of the more grounded entries in the series, of course deviating from the main series being a spin-off. This actually helps the horror being not surreal here, just grim, direct, and sometimes a bit uncomfortable, which gives the investigation more weight than usual. You're not just solving puzzles, you're piecing together something ugly. Mechanically, it's familiar territory. Explore, talk, use, repeat. The added action moments break things up, though they feel bolted on rather than fully integrated. Nothing disastrous, just occasionally awkward. Where it scores, though, is its atmosphere. The visuals are moody without overreaching, and the audio does just enough to keep things tense and engaging. It pulls you along even when the puzzle design is slow. It doesn't outstay its welcome, and it works in its favour. It's a sharp, focused, and finishes before it gets dull. In short, Italian title with English translation, thankfully, on this one, being grim focused and one of the steadier entries in the series. And this brings us on to another spin-off with Dogg, Through the Looking Glass. If Murderers is grounded, Through the Looking Glass is the exact opposite, and happily disappears into its own warped reflection. This is Dogg via Lewis Carroll, a strange shifting world where logic isn't always reliable, and each new screen seems slightly less sensible than the last. It's colourful, odd, and occasionally feels like it's making things up as it goes along. To its credit, it leans into that chaos. Characters of particular locations twist expectations, and the whole thing carries a slightly dreamlike unease. It's memorable in the more straightforward episode kind of way that sometimes aren't. The downside is that puzzle logics can drift just as far as a setting, being often obtuse. What makes one sense in one scene may not follow through into the next, which can lead to a bit of wandering and frustration and trial and error. Still, you can say it's never dull, even when it doesn't entirely land, and at least is trying something different. And that goes a long way in the series, and like with the other spin-off, this one's in English as well as Italian, so it's more accessible to play today. In short, it's bizarre and even, but far more interesting than the safer entries. Okay, this is a real classic. It is Dyna Blasters by Ubisoft in 1991 and Hudson Soft. This really is as simple as it looks. Drop a bomb, leg it, and hope everyone else gets caught in the blast. Dyna Blaster, which is the Amiga version of Bomberman, takes the basic idea and pushes it just far enough to turn it into controlled chaos. Early rounds feel manageable, neat grids, clear routes, and the power-ups start stacking. Suddenly explosions chain across the screen, safe spots disappear just as quickly as you can think of them, being rarely calm, but it's rarely unfair either. Of course, multiplayer is where it earns its reputation. With a few people involved, it turns into pure mischief, and if you were lucky enough to buy the original, it came with a multi-tap as well. Playing against human players and doing last-second escapes and the occasional accidental self-destruction is so much fun. Sure, the single player exists, but it's clearly just a warm-up. This is built for shared panic and shouting at the screen. Great visuals, great gameplay, and everything just enjoyable. One of the better Bomberman official games on any platform. Simple idea and brilliantly executed. And this brings us on to Dynamite Ducks, a beat-em-up based on the Sega arcade classic, and it should be ridiculous like the arcade parent, and Dynamite Ducks wisely agrees and runs with it. You smash your way through stuffed arenas with bizarre enemies, using everything from punches to whatever handy object isn't nailed down. Combat feels weighty enough to be satisfying without slowing things to a crawl, and there's a steady flow that keeps you moving forward rather than being bogged down. What sticks is the look of it, bright, cartoonish visuals, slightly unhinged gameplay, and the kind of game where you're just as likely to be attacked by something maddening and stupid as something threatening. It gives the whole game a strange, comedic, wonderful charm that lifts it beyond most other generic brawlers. Sure, it doesn't go deep, and seasoned players will see it for what it is and be over it pretty quickly, but that's not really the point. This is about a moment-to-moment fun of 1 or 2 players, and on that front it delivers. The Amiga version does a respectable home port, keeping the arcade feeling intact, even though it can't quite match the arcade's original blow-for-blow gameplay. But in short, it's quirky, colourful, and happy to stay that way. This brings us on to another arcade classic. This is Dynasty Wars by US Gold 1990. And of course, this is based on the Capcom classic. Dynasty Wars takes you to historical China against ridiculous odds and a hero who seems perfectly happy to charge headfirst into an army on horseback. Sensible, not remotely. Satisfying, often yes. What it gets right is a feeling of carving your way forward. Enemies don't just collapse instantly. There's a resistance, a bit of pushback, a sense of you're actually forcing your way through rather than gliding. When you're in the rhythm, it clicks nicely, making this a great beat-em-up. The problem is what happens after that rhythm sets in, because not much changes. The early novelty horseback combat carries on for a while, but eventually the game, like the arcade parent, becomes a little bit repetitive and a bit boring, and you're just eventually just taking reams of different enemies, slightly tougher, but just essentially quite generic. The Amiga port visually does a decent job selling the setting, and there's enough colour and identity to stop it feeling, I guess, like another generic brawler, but it never quite escalates itself into something truly memorable. Not really a fault of the port, this is really a fault of the arcade original of which it's based. But overall, it's enjoyable in short bursts. Just don't expect it to be blow your socks off. Strong opening act, but it keeps replaying the same tune and it gets repetitive. And that brings us on to Dyna Tech by Magic Bytes in 1992. Right, spreadsheets, budgets, staff morale, stay with it. Dyna Tech sounds dangerously dull. And for the first hour or so, it basically is. Menus, number decisions that don't seem to matter yet. It's all a bit dry as a first glance. But somehow, after a few hours play, it slowly clicks. You start noticing the connections, better researches, choice leads to stronger products, and products which then lead to more income, which lets you expand, and suddenly you're up against your competitors and beating them. Then it stops being about numbers and it turns into a quiet arms race. The key thing is it doesn't rush you, it expects your patience, and if you're looking for instant feedback, you'll bounce off this hard and look elsewhere really. But if you don't mind and have a bit of patience, stick around and it will become strangely involving for you. It's the kind of game where you look up and an hour's gone. The interface is functional rather than friendly. It's not exactly welcoming, but it stays out to your way as you start to learn it and work your way through. Sure, it's not going to win anyone over who hates management sims, but if you're the right sort of player that enjoys those sort of things, I think there's a real sense of control and progression buried in here. Sure, it's dry, but eventually absorbing if you give the time and effort. And that brings us on to the final game. It is Dita 07 by Reline in 1990. No messing about here. Dita throws you into it and expects you to keep up. You're flying a heavily armed helicopter through hostile airspace, juggling 2 jobs at once, wipe out anything that moves, and somehow rescue scientists without getting shot to bits. It's busy and it stays busy. What makes this work is the handling. The helicopter moves exactly as you want to, which is crucial when everything is trying to kill you at once. There's no awkward lag in the flight's controls, and so if you mess it up, it's on you rather than the gameplay itself. The screen fills quickly, but it rarely becomes unusable or difficult to play. There's a clear flow to the chaos here. Dodge, fire, reposition, repeat. Once you settle into that loop, it becomes genuinely absorbing shooter. It's a tough one, not in a cheap way, but pay attention or start again way. Surviving longer runs starts to feel earned rather than accidental. And visually, it's one of those impressive versions that gives you detailed and smooth enough gameplay without falling apart as it gets busier. This one slipped under the radar for most people, and it's a real shame because this is much stronger than its reputation suggests, and I think reviewers were overly harsh on it back in the day. In short, demanding, tightly controlled, and better than most. And that brings the end to the letter D. I hope you've enjoyed it. I know it's been a long one, but as hopefully discovering with me how robust and wonderful the letter D is and the Amiga library in general. It's awesome setup. So I hope you've enjoyed, and like always, consider commenting, consider subscribing to the channel. It all doesn't cost anything. I do it all for free, but it's nice if people are enjoying it. I know they're long videos and they're not for everyone, but I think hopefully it's a useful resource for people to dive in and do in chunks. So look out for the letter E when I come to do it, and until next time, keep it retro.